ringside. We will follow that with Holstein Spring Calves Group 2 before we move to Shorthorns, milking Shorthorns. Both spring heifer classes in the Holstein show. Holstein Spring Calves Group 1 to the ring, Ayrshire Spring Calves to the ring. Before we start our show, I'm sure most of you know our show dairy cattle breeders, especially Jersey breeders, lost a member recently, Mr. Paul Stiles. I would ask that we all take a moment to reflect on Paul's contribution to the Jersey breed, especially, and to dairy cattle all over the world. Thank you. Now, if we could have our first group of Holsteins in the ring, Ayrshire Spring Calves in the ring, we'll begin our show.
Good morning. Starting out with our Ayrshire show this morning, our spring calf class. I'm going to start out with a calf that just shows so much more width and capacity. She shows more openness of rib, sweep to the rib, and just a little harder over the top line than the second place calf. Second over third, close placing for me. Just a little more extension up through the head and neck in the second place calf. I feel she's just a little wider up through that front end than the calf in third. Third over fourth, just more calf from end to end. The fourth and fifth place calf, well-made calves, just not the size and openness to get any higher today.
Down here in our first group of spring calves in the Holstein ring, I think we've got a great group of 6 calves out here, but I'm leading out with the most handy winner for me today. This calf's just so square in her frame. She's shown me so much dairiness, refinement, and openness and spring to that rib and correctness to that rump structure. And it is that overall angularity and femininity that carries her over our second place heifer here. Our second place heifer then follows that correctness, particularly through that rump structure and down through her feet and her legs to carry her over this beautiful ribbed heifer here in third. This heifer here in third, I love the stylishness and the balance, particularly from this heifer's hips forward, that upstandingness through her front end, that length of body and frame that carries her over our fourth place heifer. Our fourth place heifer, a really balanced heifer, maybe not as stretchy as I'd like to see her today, but certainly just overwhelms the fifth place heifer with that width through her front end, carrying that width out over her hooks, thurls, and pins, and in particular, just that overall correctness throughout. However, I do admire this fifth place heifer for that length to her body, that length from muzzle to tail, and she uses that stylishness and balance, particularly blending of parts and correctness all the way through to carry over the sixth place heifer. I want to see the sixth place heifer just blend a bit smoother, just be a bit more wider and strong all the way throughout to carry her any higher in the class today.
Starting with the results in our Ayrshire class, our winning entry is entry 216, Palmyra Magellan R. Reina, exhibited by Lauren Latta, recipient of an award sponsored by the Winkler family at Steelfire Farm. Second goes to entry 213, Maple Dell King Daisy E.T., exhibited by Hunter Patrick. Third to 215, Palmyra Gentle Rayleigh, exhibited by Shelley Kuntz. Fourth to entry number 218, Rydale SAF Distinct Fergie, exhibited by Allison Rolls. And fifth to entry 219, Quietness Boy Toy Reba, exhibited by Patrick Waltmeyer. Results at the top of the class, class 17. 213 is second, 215 is third, 216, Palmyra Magellan R. Reina, exhibited by Lauren Latta, is first and recipient of an award sponsored by Steelfire Farm. 219 is fifth, and 218 is fourth. Results in the Holstein Spring Heifer Calf class. First is entry number 330, Woodbine Hulu Poppy, exhibited by Annette Clougherty. Second is number 328, Peace and Plenty Prospect Jacko, exhibited by Chloe Miller. And third goes to entry 329, Peace and Plenty D-Lamb Jube 127, exhibited by Madison Story. Fourth is entry 324, Kimball Way Dundee Diva, exhibited by Andrew Kimball. Fifth goes to entry 327, Savage Lee Pazzle Dennisee, I guess. Gatlin Welch. Cindy, I got to stop naming these things so I can pronounce them, please. Entry number 623, Skip Halliant Jamie R.C. Poe, exhibited by Aubrey Tressler. Our winning entry received an award sponsored by the Maryland Junior Holstein Club. From the top of the page, entry 324 is fourth, 623 is sixth, 326 was moved to the red and white show, 327 is fifth, 328 is second, 329 is third, and 330, Woodbine Hulu Poppy, exhibited by Annette Clougherty, is first. In the ring now is our second group of Holstein Spring Heifer calves. The winning animal and exhibitor will receive an award sponsored by DeBall Farms, the DeBall family. In our East ring are Brown Swiss Spring calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Brad and Sheila Garst at GS Associates. Guernsey exhibitors should be bringing your spring heifer calves to the ring. Milking Shorthorn spring heifer calves to the ring.
Starting out your brown Swiss show, and a nice group of March calves. The calf that we're going to start with, in my mind, wins fairly handily for me. She's tall, she's long, she's balanced, and she gets over the second place calf, particularly on the strength of the front end. She holds herself together a little nicer. She's wider between those front legs, a little fuller in the crops than the real dairy calf coming here in second. Second over third, she uses her dairiness just a little longer up through that head neck, cleaner over the top and back through the thighs than the long-bodied third place calf. Third over fourth, just more calf from end to end. She's taller at the point of shoulders and just shows more length from nose to tail than the balanced calf here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, fifth and sixth are both born towards the end of March or end of May. Calves, I told them, that are made well. They're going to grow up to be cows. Just not enough calves today.
In our second group of spring calves down here in the Holstein ring, I'm starting out with a calf that's just the most balanced for me today, the most square in all her parts, and in particular just shows me more sweep and drape to that rib structure, more correctness in that rump and tail head, and more width throughout her pin bones, taking nothing away from this beautifully made second place calf. This calf, I will give her the advantage. She blends so much more smoothly from her neck to her shoulder to her barrel, and is a bit more full in that crop region. Just want to see that tail head knocked down just a touch to get her around that first place calf and just give her a bit more drop to that rear rib. But she does use that style and balance, and in particularly how she tracks out on those rear feet and legs, particularly being straighter in that hock to carry her over our third place calf. I moved this third place calf just up a tad just because of her overall width through that front end, that power that she shows throughout her front end, and that overall fullness to her crops with throughout the pin bones. Our fourth place calf, then over our fifth place calf, just has the advantage in that correctness from her hips back. She's more nearly level from her hooks to her pins, more centralized in that thorough placement, just tracks a bit straighter as you view her from behind as she gets out. And then this fifth place calf over our sixth place calf just overwhelms the sixth place calf for that cleanliness through her front end. She's cleaner and sharper through her head and neck, sharper at the point of withers, and just carries less excess conditioning all the way through. I love the power and strength and capacity of the sixth place calf, just not quite that femininity and refinement to get her around the others in the class today.
Let's catch up with our brown Swiss spring heifer calf class. First place, recipient of an award sponsored by Brad and Sheila Garst, the GS Associates, is entry 264. Locust Air Design Waffles, exhibited by Bruna Shamlin. Second, best bred and owned animal in class is entry 262, GS Timeout Showboatin' OCS, exhibited by Levi Pickett. Third goes to 265, Berlin PS Jerry Curl, exhibited by Marshall Mongold. Fourth goes to Scarlett Hefner. Fifth goes to entry 261, Kent Manor Phantom Elsa, exhibited by Paige Miller. And sixth to entry 260, Kent Manor Phantom Blair. We're now ready for our Guernseys in the spring heifer calf class.
Just a single entry in our Guernsey spring calf class, but a calf I feel could withstand a little more competition. A calf that's so balanced from end to end. She's strong, she's open. Calf that moves well around the ring.
The winning Guernsey spring heifer calf is entry 295, Walnut Ridge Andy Dottie, exhibited by Haley Jarvis, recipient of an award sponsored by Dale and Karen Robertson family. Back to our Holstein show. First group. Second group. I haven't got the second ones yet. Okay. 5. Okay. 1, 6, 2, 7, 4, 3. All right. And bred and owned, highest one is only one, and that's the 7th. Our Holstein second group. The winning entry is entry number 332, Arbol Flowing Springs Hardy Genesis, exhibited by Corey Black. Second goes to 334, Raybob Jacks Favre, exhibited by Oakland Chrisman. Third to entry 336, Arbol Flowing Springs Derby Kate, exhibited by Jace Black. Fourth goes to entry 335, Arbol Flowing Springs Magic Tippy, exhibited by Audrey Arbol. Fifth goes to entry number 331, Arbol Flowing Springs Hatchet Tintin, exhibited by Alexis Arbol. Sixth is entry 333, Sunset Haven Haliant Lola, exhibited by Dilling Ridinger. Seventh and best bred and owned animal in class is 395, Nelson Hill Hulu May, exhibited by James Tripp Rutledge. Our winning entry received an award sponsored by the DeBall family at DeBall Farms.
In our milking shorthorn ring here are two spring calves. I think two pretty differently made calves, and I'm going to give the edge to the calf that here in first, this big white speckly calf, just for that overall smoothly blending of parts. She's tighter at the point of shoulder, tighter at the point of elbow, blends more correctly from her neck to her shoulder to her barrel. She's straighter and stronger over that top line and more nearly level from her hooks to her pins. She also tracks out on a more correct set of rear feet and legs when you view her from behind with more distance between those hocks and just more correctness to that thorough placement. Taking nothing away from the second heifer, she's super long, nose from her nose to her tail, really upstanding in that frame. Just want to see more balance to that overall frame and correctness to her structure to get ahead of the calf ahead of her.
Milking Shorthorn Spring Yearlings, or Spring Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 511, Maryland Misty Meadow D.A. Strawberry, exhibited by Ella Malott, also best bred and owned animal in class. And second goes to entry 512, Quietness Mr. Freeze Nectar, exhibited by Wyatt Snyder. Some of our Milking Shorthorn Award sponsors are Leggett Farms, Johnsville Farms, Misty Meadow Farm and Creamery, and Central Maryland Antique Tractor Club. Lily Hutchison, red and white spring heifer calf. To the ring, please. Some of our red and white show sponsors for today's show include Oakland View Farms, the Gauss family, CJ and Tanya Miller and family, Pheasant Echoes Farm, the Stamballs, Mike, Anita, and Ryan Haynes at Locust Air, Dan and Crystal Edwards, Interstate Heifer Care, Matt Hallbaker, and Maryland Hillbook, Chris and Jennifer Hill. In our East Ring, we have our Jersey Spring Heifer Calves. The winning entry here will receive an award sponsored by OCS Dairy, the Clayton Smith family. Ayrshire winter heifer calves. You can be bringing your animals to ringside. Our first group of Holstein winter calves can begin moving towards the ring. For those of you at ringside, if there's somebody at home who couldn't make it to the show today but would still interested in seeing how things are going, tell them to tune in to the Maryland State Fair YouTube channel streaming. We have 127 creatives streaming our show today. The young man in the center of the ring with the camera is streaming live, so call home and tell them to put on YouTube Maryland State Fair in the comfort of your rocking chair.
In our red and white spring heifer calf class this morning, I'm going to start out with the calf for me today that just puts it all together. She's shown me more squareness and balance throughout her frame. In particular, she's more nearly level from her hooks to her pins, tracks out more comfortably with more flex of that hock when you view them from the side and the rear, and also carries more overall width, particularly with more distance between those front feet, and carries more width and correctness through those hooks, thurls, and pins, in particular in her tail head setting. Taking nothing away Second place heifer here, the beautiful style and balance of this heifer. I love the side profile on this heifer, but in particular it is her overall upstandingness and length to her frame that carries her over this exceptionally correct heifer here in third. We'll give the advantage of this heifer here in third for that correctness as she tracks out on those rear feet and legs, correctness to her rump structure, and it is that overall correctness to her parts, style and balance, blending of parts, and in particular being stronger in that loin region and more corrective in how she tracks out on those rear feet and legs when you view her from behind to get around that big stretchy fourth place heifer. That fourth place heifer then just overwhelms our fifth place heifer with that size and scale, length from nose to tail. Taking nothing away from that sixth place heifer, just need to give her a bit more time to grow up, just a bit more correctness, particularly in those feet, to get around the others in the class today.
Congratulations to Jalen Bates. They're winning red and white spring heifer calf, Arbol Flowing Springs Air Jasmine Red, entry number 542. Second is entry 541. Best bred and owned animal in class, PE Historic Mildred Red, exhibited by Jarrett Edwards. Third goes to an entry moved from the Holstein Show, entry 326, Sutton McLovin Eve Red, exhibited by Lucy Sutton. Fourth is entry 539, Savage Lee Demetria Red, exhibited by Andy Welsh. And fifth is entry 540, Maryland Misty Meadow Calla Lily Red, exhibited by Vivian Malott. Now in the ring are our first group of winter heifer calves in our Holstein Show. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Artie J. Farm, the Arthur Johnson family.
Your Jersey ring, starting out with a nice group of spring calves. The calf I started with, not the biggest calf in the class, but in my mind, the calf with the least amount of holes. She wins this class fairly handily for me on her straightness of lines, her dairiness, her refinement. You get behind her, that's a lot of cage for a young calf already. A calf that tracks out extremely correctly on those rear legs. Calf in second, I feel, follows the pattern of the first place calf the most closely. She's very, very refined, clean boned, clean down through those legs. A calf with a lot of spring or rib to her and follows in line nicely in the second spot. She uses her dairiness, just a little more style on her profile than the calf coming out in third. Third and fourth, a little bit of a close placing for me. I gave the advantage to the third place calf, just a little wider in those pins. I prefer the way her tail head tucks down a little nicer between those pins than the big growthy calf coming here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a little more mass, holds herself together a little nicer through the front end, just a little more, runs uphill a little more than the calf coming out in fifth.
Our winning Jersey spring heifer calf is entry 435 PE Cocoa Chip Vivica, exhibited by Raylan Stamball, recipient of an award sponsored by OCS Dairy, the Clayton Smith family. She's also best bred and owned animal in class. Second goes to 430 Berlin Hidalgo Taquito, exhibited by Tristan Kaiser. Third goes to 428 MFW Choco Chip Blueberry, exhibited by Margaret Mason. Fourth to entry 427 South Mountain and Company Rock Revol ET, exhibited by Emma Utterback. Fifth to 434 Saybrook Gold Dust Nugget, exhibited by Lily Hutchinson. 6th to 618 Knobview Victoria Snowball, exhibited by Carly Now. And 7th to 425 Pick and PE Ghost Fantasy, exhibited by Garrett Pickett. From the top of that class, Garrett Pickett is 7th, 425, 427 is 4th, 428 is 3rd, 430 is 2nd, 434 is 5th, 435 PE Choco Chip Vivica, exhibited by Raylan Stamball, is 1st, and best bred and owned animal in class, and 618 is 6th. We're now showing Ayrshire Winter Heifer calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Sherry Duty at Sherlyn Farm. Brown Swiss Winter calves. Brown Swiss Winter calves to ringside, please.
Ayrshire Ring 2 winter calves. I started with a calf that's just a little more open, inner rib structure. She's just shows a little more style moving about the ring. In addition, I feel she's just a little stronger in the pasture and a little shorter in the toe than the long-bodied calf coming out here in second.
Results of the Ayrshire Winter Heifer Calf class. First, best bred and owned animal, recipient of an award sponsored by Sherry Duty at Sherlyn Farm, is entry 222 T-Fall Striker Peppermint, exhibited by Emma Utterback. Second is entry 224, exhibited by Alyssa Dorsey. Now coming in the ring are our Brown Swiss Winter Heifer calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Kathy Whitman at Gottawanna Brown Swiss. Yeah, so I actually, they had it in Portland. Hosting exhibitors, bring your winter calves second group to the ringside, please. Hosting winter calves group 2 to the ringside.
Well, in this winter calf class, our first heat of our winter calves in this Holstein ring, I think we've got the top 4 or 5 heifers here that on any given day could probably sort a little bit differently, but I'm going to lead out with this beautiful white heifer here in first. She wins this class in her overall extremeness to her parts. She's so much longer from her muzzle to her tail, so much cleaner and sharper at that point of withers, cleaner and flatter in that bone structure, and just has more overall size and scale and length to that body and to her frame. However, taking nothing away, I do give the advantage here to our second place heifer being a bit fuller in those crops, a bit more expansive through that barrel and rib structure, and just so much balance to the second place calf. In particular, that depth to her heart as well as that flex to her hock and flex and comfortability to those rear feet and legs is what gets her in around this really extreme heifer here in third. This heifer here in third does then have the advantage over our fourth place heifer for a bit more correctness in that rump structure. She's more nearly level and square from her hooks to her pins, has a tail head that sets more neatly between those pin bones, and in particular does show me more flex to that foot angle as compared to our fourth place heifer. Our fourth place heifer, when she came in the ring, man, I thought she was going to be a hard one to beat, and she landed in fourth here today just for that overall refinement and femininity, and in particular correctness and cleanliness all the way through that carries her over our fifth place heifer. Our fifth place heifer, then over our sixth place heifer, follows that same pattern of extreme width to her barrel, extreme drape to that fore and rear rib, as well as just being a more overall powerful heifer compared to our sixth place heifer. Our sixth place heifer then just lands in the sixth place spot today for that overall correctness to her frame. She just a bit more sharp, or bit more straighter in her lines as compared to the heifers below her. And the heifers that follow just need a bit more overall correctness to that frame, correctness to those feet and legs, and drop and openness to their rib structure to get any higher in the class today.
Results of our first group of winter calves in our Holstein show. First is entry 349, Peace and Plenty, Algat Jube 267, exhibited by Chandler Story, recipient of an award sponsored by the Arthur Johnson family at RDJ Farm. Second goes to entry 342, PE Lambda Tulane ET, exhibited by Raylan Stamball. Third and best bred and owned class is entry number 350, Buffalo Ridge Jerry Lewis Tweed, exhibited by Colby Wetzel. Complete results starting at the top of class 18. 337 is 7th, 338 is 11th, 339 is 8th, 342 is 2nd, 344 is 4th, 345 is 10th, 346 is 5th, 357 is 6th, 348 is 9th, 349 Peace and Plunner Agate Jude 267, exhibited by Chandler Story, is first, recipient of an award sponsored by RDJ Farm. 350 is third and best bred and owned animal in class, Buffalo Ridge Jerry Lewis Tweed, exhibited by Colby Wetzel. Now in the ring are our winter calves in the second group, Holstein Winter Calves Group 2.
In your brown Swiss ring, calf I'm starting out with, not the biggest calf in the class once again, but a calf I feel not a lot of holes in her. Calf is extremely angular, extremely clean, refined back through, over the top and down through that leg. But for me, she gets over the big calf in second, just holds herself quite a bit nicer together through that front end. She's higher in the chine, just stronger up through that front end than the big dark calf here in second. Calf in second, very, very clean cut calf. You love the size and scale. She uses that openness of rib to get over the calf in third. Third and fourth, a similar pair of calves. I switched the second or third over the fourth, just a little stronger up through that front end, a little nicer uphill run than the balanced calf coming out in fourth.
First place winner calf in our Brown Swiss show goes to entry number 268, Corlin Time for Pendleton, exhibited by Courtney Bell. Is she not bred and owned? That's their prefix.
No, it's her sisters.
That's true.
Switched over to her.
Second, best bred and owned animal in the class is entry 270, Kimball Way Tank Truth, exhibited by Andrew Kimball. Third place goes to 271, exhibited by Scarlett Hefner. Fourth goes to entry 267, Mile High Price Tequila ETV, exhibited by Madison Mathias. And fifth to 269, Apex Cliff Wish, exhibited by Owen Fry. Our winning animal received, an exhibitor received an award sponsored by Kathy Whitman, got a one-up Brown Swiss. Now in the ring, our Guernsey winner calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Megan Messick-Stibbe. Miss April will take production papers if you have not handed them in yet up until 10:30, so you got half an hour if you haven't handed in production papers. Also, when you enter the ring, please make sure that the number in your harness matches the number in the heifer that you have on the halter. Jersey winter heifer calves. Jersey winter heifer calves.
Nice pair of Guernsey winter calves. The calf we're going to start with just a little longer from end to end, just a little more refined, chiseled up through that front end than the calf here in second. I prefer the drop to that rear rib also. Over the February 27th calf, I told the young lady she did a nice job growing her. A calf that's well grown, well made, just want to clean her up just a freckle.
First place Guernsey winter heifer calf is entry number 297, Novadale's Misty Dream, exhibited by Leah Spurrier, recipient of an award sponsored by Megan Messick-Stibbe. Second and best bred and owned animal in class is entry 296, Novadale's Lambo Kiss, exhibited by Peyton Kristanovich. Now entering the ring are our Jersey winner calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Stony Point Farm, the Mayer family. Milking Shorthorn winter calves should be at ringside. Milking Shorthorn winter calves.
On our second Hina winter calves here in our Holstein class, I think we've got 4 or 5 calves here at the top of the class that pretty easily sort themselves there. And it's this white calf's advantage, particularly in how she tracks out on those feet more comfortably, that carries her over our second place heifer. In addition, she is cleaner all the way through. She's cleaner and trimmer about that head and neck, sharper at the point of withers, more chiseled down the vertebrae, and carries less excess conditioning out over her hooks, thrills, and pins and down through her thigh. Taking nothing away from this beautiful headed heifer here in second, though. And this second place heifer just fits that spot in second for that overall style and balance. She is so beautifully stylish from her side profile, and indeed she is a touch longer from her nose to her tail as compared to our third place heifer. This pair of heifers in third and fourth, quite similar heifers in my mind today. And for me, I think the third place heifer, I do give her the edge over our second place heifer again, and just how she moves about the ring more comfortably on those pasterns. And it is her cleanliness and angularity that carries her over this really boldly sprung barreled heifer here in fourth. Fourth and over fifth, just for that squareness to her frame. She's more square through that rump structure, has a more neatly inlaid tailhead setting, and sets those feet up underneath her as she comes in the line on a more centralized, thorough placement. Then fifth over sixth is because she's just more overall extreme in her parts. She's taller and more upstanding in her front end. She's longer from her muzzle to her tail, and just shows me more overall strength in that loin, particularly as she stands in line today with feet that stand more square beneath her as compared to our sixth place heifer. Again, a heifer in sixth, and that follows that same pattern of our fifth heifer, just not quite the extremeness to her parts to get around the others in the class today.
Our winning entry in the Winter heifer calf class, Group 2 is entry number 360, Peace and Plenty Jack's Mercy, exhibited by Madden Story. Second and best bred and owned animal in class goes to entry 354, P.E. Hatchet Quinte, exhibited by Blaine Edwards. Our winning entry received an award sponsored by somebody. Where did my award sheet go? No. She received an award sponsored by one of our Maryland Holstein breeders. It needs to be sponsored. If somebody'd like to sponsor that, let us know. Third is entry 353, Arbol Flowing Springs Magic Lila. Fourth goes to 355, Arbol Flowing Springs Lambda Julie E.T. Complete results, if you go to the bottom of the page where Class 18 Break 2 starts, 351 is 5th, 363 is 11th. Over a page, 353 is 3rd. 354 P.E. Hatchet Quinte, exhibited by Blaine Edwards, is second and best bred and owned animal in class. 355 is 4th. 616 is 7th. 356 is 10th. 358 is 8th. 359 is 9th. 360 Peace and Plenty Jack's Mercy is first, recipient of an award sponsored by the Holstein Association. 362 is 6th. We're now ready for our milking shorthorns. Some of our other sponsors include Daysland Vista Blooms, Whispering Breeze Farm, Lenmo Cattle, Cool Springs Farm, All In Genetics, and Tammy Reed.
In our winter calf class here in the milking shorthorn ring, again, two calves that I think you could justify either way, but I'm going to give the edge to our first place calf here just for that extreme style and balance and length to her frame. She's so much longer from her nose to her tail, more upstanding at the point of her withers, as well as having more smoothly bunting of parts from her neck to her shoulder into her barrel. She also tucks that tail head between her pin bones quite a bit more correctly than our second place heifer. I will, however, grant our second place heifer, giving her the advantage for that overall width and capacity through her midsection. She's so much wider and has more spring and openness to that rib structure, more drop and drape to that rear rib and flank, but just not quite enough correctness and flatness all the way through her frame to get around that first place heifer today.
First place winner heifer calf and milking shorthorn show is entry 516 SS Spider-Man Peppa Steppa, exhibited by Sage Grossnickel. Second goes to 515 Quietness Norman Chessie. Now entering the ring are our red and white winter heifer calves. Sponsors for the red and white show include Radley Ben Farm, the Kaiser family, Maryland Carrollton Holsteins, Roger and Loretta Wright, Berlin Farm, the Burrow family, Maryland Delight Farm, Gary and Crystal Dell, Bronside Farm, Gary and Maureen Brawning, Brad and Sheila Garst, Cold Springs Farm, the Huff family, the Mongol family, and Arbol Flowing Springs Farm. Holstein exhibitors, bring your fall heifer calves to the ring, please. Fall heifer calves to the ring. Holstein Fall Calves to the ring. You're in the ring next.
In our red and white winter calf class, I think a pretty handy winner that easily walks away with this class for me today, largely due to that overall refinement, femininity, cleanliness of that frame, and that extreme rib structure. She's so much deeper in that heart, deeper and fuller through that barrel and through her openness to that rib structure and drop to that rear rib and flank. In addition, she's just carrying less excess conditioning, particularly through the front end and over her hooks, throws, and pins. And then into the second place calf uses that overall width and power through her front end and that width throughout her rump region, particularly between her pin bones, to carry her over this really beautiful headed, refined heifer here in third. I love this heifer here in third for that similar rib structure. Just do want to see her with a bit more width throughout those front feet in particular, and a bit more width and openness throughout, in particular through that rump structure for me today to get around the other calves in the class. Congratulations.
First place winner calf in our red and white show is entry number 547, Oakland View HTWV Royal Red, exhibited by Lily Hutchinson. Second goes to entry 546, Arbol Flowing Spring Journey Area Red, exhibited by Audrey Arbol. And entry 544 is Arbol Flowing Springs McCate Red ET. And she is our third place heifer for Jalen Bates. Entering the ring are our first group of Holstein Fall Heifer calves. Holstein Fall Heifer calves entering the ring. Ayrshire exhibitors, bring your fall heifer calves to ringside. Ayrshire fall heifer calves to ringside. Ayrshire Fall Heifer calves should be at ringside.
They told me I needed to be louder. Nice class of Jersey December calves out here, particularly the first two calves, but the calf we're starting with, not a hole in this calf. She's extremely balanced from end to end. She runs uphill, just extremely angular and feminine from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail. She uses that dairyness and cleanliness to get over the long-bodied. Strong calf here in second. Calf in second, I really love the power of the uphill run, the width between the front legs, and she uses correctness of rear legs, the way she handles those rear legs. Her throws are just a little further forward than the dairy calf coming out here in third. Third over fourth, just a little more open, a little nicer uphill run than the calf in fourth. Fourth and fifth, similar pair of calves. Just want to give them a little more oomph up through the front end, maybe a little more refinement back through the pin region to get a little higher today.
Congratulations to Chandler Story, with entry number 444, SV VIP Hannah, our winner calf and recipient of an award sponsored by Stony Point Farm, the Mayer family. Second, and best bred and owned animal in class is entry 447, T-Fall Joel Lucky's Gift, exhibited by Noah Utterback. Third is 445, Ann Jen Rockin' Fairley, E.T., exhibited by Andrew Kimball. Fourth goes to entry 438, Sandhaven Cranks Linnea, exhibited by Vivian Malott. Fifth goes to entry number 442, JX Silly Me Gibbs. From the page, bottom of the winner calf page, break 2, 438 is fourth. 439 is 11th, 440 is 9th, 441 is 7th, 442 is 5th, 444 is 1st, SV VIP Hannah, exhibited by Chandler Story. 445 is 3rd, 446 is 6th, 447 is 2nd, best bred and owned by exhibitor T-Fall Joel Lucky's Gift, exhibited by Noah Utterback. 448 is 8th, and 449 is 10th.
What a beautiful group of fall calves we have out here in our Holstein ring. And I'm leading out today with a heifer that just kind of puts the whole package together for me. This is a short-aged October calf, and what a beautiful, stylish calf to win the class. She's so much cleaner and longer through that head and neck, a bit sharper at the point of withers. In particular, shows me a bit more drop to that heart, a bit more openness to that fore and rear rib structure, and a bit more drop to that rear rib as compared to this similarly made, beautiful ribbed heifer here in second. This heifer here in second then carries herself over our third place heifer for that length to her frame. She's longer through her head and neck, longer from her muzzle to tail, and has more length and correctness and cleanliness to that hooks, thurls, and pins. However, I take nothing away from this really big, powerfully made heifer here in third. This power and width throughout, in particularly that flex to the hock and comfort of which she tracks about the ring, carries her over this fourth place heifer. This fourth place heifer is so extreme in her parts. She's so much more upstanding in that front end, longer from her hooks to her pins as compared to our fifth place heifer. Our fifth place heifer give her the edge of a bit more smooth blending apart, neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and it is that overall style and blending throughout all of her parts that carries her over a sixth place heifer. Sixth place heifer, then over a seventh place heifer, just for that length to her body and cleanliness, particularly over those hooks, thurls, and pins for me today. Congratulations.
Winning entry in the fall heifer calf class is entry 365, Woodbine Bullseye Cancun, recipient of an award sponsored by Lonely Willow Farm, the Sam Winters family. Second, best bred and owned animal in class is 368, Berlin Lombardy Star Link, exhibited by Lincoln Mongold. Third goes to entry 367, Two Top Prefer 1662, exhibited by Haley Jarvis. Fourth is 372, Peace and Plenty Hulu Blake E.T., exhibited by Colby Wetzel. The top of the class, 365, Woodbine Bullseye Cancun, exhibited by Daniel Clarity, is first. 366 is moved to the red and white show. 367 is third. 368 Berlin Lombardy Star Link, exhibited by Lincoln Mongold, is second best bred and owned animal by exhibitor. 369 is Oakfield Magic Canaj O'Hare is sixth. 372 is fourth. 373 is seventh. And 374 is fifth. Now in the ring are our milking shorthorn fall heifer calves. Some of our sponsors include Leggett Farm, Johnsville Farms, Misty Meadow Farm and Creamery, and Central Maryland Antique Tractor Club. Holstein, milking shorthorn, and red and white exhibitors, please bring when you're coming back for junior champion, we would like to have your first and second place winners back for selection of junior champions. So if you need to line up some leaders in the appropriate age group, begin doing that now. First and second prize winners for junior champion in the Holsteins and our other breeds as well. So dairy exhibitors, first and second prize animals will be back for junior champion. Be recruiting leaders if you need them. In the ring on our east ring are Ayrshire Fall Heifer calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Maple Dell Farm, David and Ann Patrick and family. Brown Swiss exhibitors, have your fall calves at ringside. Red and white exhibitors, have your fall calves at ringside.
We've got all shapes and sizes out here in our fall heifer calf class in our milking shorthorn show, but I'm going to lead out with the calf that's just showed me the overall most balance for me today. In addition, she does show me the most extension and expansion in that midsection. She's so much deeper and more open through that rib structure. Shows me more spring and openness to both the rib and her barrel, as well as being flatter out over that rump structure, particularly more neatly and laid in that tail head setting, being a bit squarer in those rear feet and legs. However, I will give the edge to our second place heifer for that extreme size and scale, that length to her body as compared to our first place heifer. And then she uses that size and scale our second place heifer does over our third place heifer, just a bit more smoothly bending to her part. She's fuller in the crops, more nearly level out over her top line and through her hooks and her pins, and just a bit more overall style and balance as compared to our third place calf. Our third place calf, then over our fourth place calf, largely on her correctness to her feet and legs. She's more centralized in that thorough placement, a bit flatter and less coarse through that bone structure down through her hock and her foot, and has more depth and steepness to her foot angle as compared to our fourth place heifer. I love the openness, particularly that forerib on our fourth place heifer, just not quite the correctness from her hips back to get around the others in the class today.
Results of our fall heifer class in the milking shorthorn show. First goes to 518 Quietness Legend Man Ford, exhibited by Trevor Lancaster. Second to 517 Quietness Bender Foster, exhibited by Brianna Reinhardt. Third to 520 Quietness Franklin Poppet, exhibited by Garrett Heffner. And fourth to 519 Quietness Franklin Cinderella, exhibited by Macy Lovegrove. Now coming in the ring are our red and white fall heifer calves. Red and white fall heifer calves. Thanking our sponsors for our awards, the Pickett family from Pickett Transport, Wayne and Cindy Savage family at Savage Lee Farm, Misty Meadow Farm and Creamery, Dr. Nancy Powell, Taylorsville Vet Clinic, Mid-Maryland Dairy Veterinarians, Reef Snyder's Farm Supply, Rise Above Genetics, the Little Family, Woodbine Farms, and Kimball Way. Hey.
This truck is on the north side of the war track. It is on the ramp that we can't get to, blocking the ramp. It's got to be moved.
Up here?
Yes.
Okay.
And we are
In your Ayrshire fall calf class, a handy winner for me and the calf we're going to start with, a calf that's just quality, and from end to end, the length and extension up through that head neck is extremely, she's a pretty calf up through that head neck, and love the dairiness back through the rear end in her. Really square in the rump. Not the biggest heifer in the world, but a heifer that's not a lot of holes. She uses that dairiness to get over the heifer in second. Second and third, I switch back and forth. The heifer in second just handles her legs just a little nicer. I like the side bend to the hock a little nicer than the big open-bodied calf in third. The calf in third, I love the spring of rib, the uphill run. Just want to change the way she moves back through the rear end.
Results of our Ayrshire Fall Heifer Calf class. Winning entry is entry 233, Val's Pride Reynolds El Diablo, exhibited by Gavin Valentine, also best bred and owned animal by exhibitor in class. Recipient of an award sponsored by David and Ann Patrick and family at Mapledale Farm. Second goes to entry 228, T-Fall Gentle Beast Chardonnay, exhibited by Noah Utterback. Third is 231, Leanne C.C. Dominique, exhibited by Andrew Kimball. Fourth on the previous page goes to entry 227, Quietness Boy Toy Houston, exhibited by Patrick Waltemeyer. And fifth is entry 232, Mapledale Ringer Demi E.T., exhibited by Hunter Patrick. Now in the ring are our Brown Swiss Fall Heifer Calves. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by Cindy Warner, Round Hill Acres. We have a truck that needs to be moved on the north off the north wash rack. You are on the ramp. It is a Honda license number 4G like in girl, M like in Mary, 6808. Honda pickup truck or vehicle on the north wash rack. You're on the ramp, you're blocking things, and they tell me they will be towing today. So if you want to remember where your truck is, I would suggest you go move it now.
I got you. I'm on this side.
Oh,
Thank you.
yep.
He said he's sending me another one too.
Okay. Exhibitors, please double check your numbers with your animals so we get them recorded correctly. Thank you.
There's 3 brown Swiss fall calves here, but a handy winner with me, a calf with so much ring presence. She's big, she's long, but she's extremely correct. Just a lot of style from nose to tail on her, calf that moves around the ring extremely well. She uses that length of body and the dairiness to get over the second place calf. Second and third, very similar calves, just the second place calves, just a little longer from end to end than the balanced calf coming out here in third.
Winning entry in our Fall Heifer Calf class, recipient of an award sponsored by Round Hill Acres, Cindy Warner, is entry number 272, Woodbine Tank Snowdrop, exhibited by Annette Clarity. Second goes to 275, Nap Sky High Shotsky, exhibited by Kylie Little. Third is entry 273, Berlin Pronto Rocky, exhibited by Marshall Mongold. Now entering the ring are Guernsey Fall Heifer Calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Moo Cow Creamery.
And a group of fall calves out here in our red and white show, just a mix of different styles out here. But I'm going to win with the calf that's just shown me the overall more capacity through her midsection. She holds herself better together, particularly when she pulls in a line. She's fuller in the crops, wider through that heart, deeper in that heart, and shows more depth, openness, and sweep to that barrel with more width, particularly between her pin bones that translates down into more width between her hocks as well. However, I do appreciate and admire this really tall, lengthy heifer here in second. She's so refined and so much cleaner, and in particular I do give her the advantage of being straighter in that hock when you view her from the side as compared to our first place heifer. Second place heifer then uses that advantage and that extremeness to her frame, as well as length and correctness to that rump structure, particularly being more nearly level from her hooks to her pins, just a bit higher in that pin structure as compared to our third place heifer. Our third place heifer then over our fourth place heifer made this switch largely because of that overall straightness of lines as you look at her when she gets in the line. She is a bit touch fuller in the crops, a bit higher in that chine region, as well as having more drop, particularly to that fore and rear rib. Then fourth over fifth, largely based upon that correctness to her rump structure and correctness of how she tracks out on those rear feet and legs. She's more centralized in that thorough placement, flatter out over that rump, and moves more easily about the ring. I love this stylish heifer here in fifth from her hips forward. That stylishness and balance particularly throughout her front end is what carries her over our sixth place heifer. Our sixth place heifer, just give her a bit more time to stretch out, give her a bit more openness to that rib structure to carry her any higher in the class today.
Results of the red and white fall heifer calf class. First is entry 551, Prelude O Al Salsa Red ET, exhibited by Kylie Little. Second goes to 548, Zuck Alt Goldie Red ET, exhibited by Audrey Arball. Third and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 552, Arball Flowing Spring Zadie Red ET, exhibited by Alexis Arball. Fourth goes to 550, Bronzeside Redburst Lucy Red, exhibited by Julie Brawning. Fifth goes to 549, Patmar Analyst Pam 3210 Red, exhibited by Samantha Patterson. And sixth goes to entry 366, moved from the black and white show, DeBall Rompum Broadway Red, exhibited by Piper DeBall. Now entering the ring are our summer yearling Holsteins. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Cold Springs Farm, the Huff family.
Well, you know what? I'm going to take a break.
Have Bryce in first.
In our Guernsey fall calf class, another calf that wins the pretty easy for me, a calf that's just extremely balanced from end to end. She runs uphill, she's straight, she moves well, a calf that with enough dairiness and femininity today. She just uses that cleanliness from end to end, a little more stretch up through that head and neck to get over here, the calf coming in second. Calf in second, you love the power, and she logically falls into this second place spot with that openness and power. Over the calf in third. The calf in third, she's a really great legged calf. You just want to drop that tail head a little bit, open her up a little bit from end to end. She uses her strength in feet and leg, correctness of feet and legs, particularly the pastern over the dairy calf in fourth over fifth. Close placing. I prefer the openness drop to that rear rib, and in addition, I prefer the way her neck blends into the front end or the body wall over the calf coming out here in fifth.
First place fall heifer calf in our Guernsey show is entry number 305, Walnut Ridge Bam Mary Kate, exhibited by Bryce Hausler, recipient of an award sponsored by Moo Cow Creamery. Second, and best bred and owned animal in class by exhibitor is entry 299, G.R. Novedale's J.D. Hocus Pocus, exhibited by Andy Kristanovich. Third is entry 304, Woodburn Bullet Goldenrod, exhibited by Emily Crawford. Fourth is entry 300, G.R. Woodburn Bullet Cynthia, exhibited by Micah Umberger. And fifth is 298, Woodburn Bullet Clover, exhibited by Anna Franklin. We're now ready for our Jersey fall heifer calves. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by OCS Dairy, the Clayton Smith family. We have a gentleman who's lost his wallet. If anyone finds a wallet either in the restroom or laying around, if you would please return it up here to the announcer stand, we will make sure that he gets it. Lost wallet. Milking Shorthorn Summer Yearlings, bring your animals to ringside. Milking Shorthorn Summer Yearlings.
Well, in our summer yearling class, I think 4 heifers here at the top of the class that sort themselves, and you can mix and match them any way you'd like. But I'm going to start off with the calf. This just showed me the most cleanliness and angularity all the way through. She's longer and leaner through that head and neck, sharper at the point of withers, cleaner and more chiseled about that vertebrae and over her hooks, thurls, and pins, and down through that thigh. In addition, she's just so extreme with that drape to her rib structure. However, I do give the advantage to our second place heifer here for that width throughout her pin bones and that correctness to her rump structure. And it is that correctness, particularly as she's out on the move, that carries her over the silky-hided black heifer here in third. Made this switch here at the end, this third place heifer, or this big, strong, powerful fourth place heifer, just for that width, particularly in expansion through her midsection. She's got so much more spring and openness to that rib, more width from her barrel when you view her from behind. And in particular, she does track out quite a bit more easily about those rear feet as she moves about the ring. But there's just too much of this heifer here in fourth to get around compared to our fifth place heifer. She's so much taller and longer, taller at the point of withers, longer from muzzle to tail, and has a bit more drop to both that forward and rear rib. Then fifth over sixth, just for that stylishness and length of body as compared to our sixth place heifer. I love the depth of an openness to rib, just a bit more flex to that hock on this sixth place heifer, but just not quite the extreme inner parts to get around the others in the class today.
Our winning summer yearling in the Holstein Show and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 383, Pheasant Echoes Jack's Timex, exhibited by Raylan Stamball. They receive an award sponsored by Cold Springs Farm, the Huff family. Second place is entry number 381, Maryland Mapledale Luster Allura, exhibited by Ella Campaneri. Third is on our previous page, entry number 378, Woodbine Pazzle Cat, exhibited by Daniel Clougherty. Fourth is entry 385, Oakfield Perennial Major E.T., exhibited by Brady Black. Results of the class, starting at the previous page, class 20, 378 is third, 379 is sixth, 380 is eighth, 381 is second, 383, Pheasant Echoes Jack's Timex, exhibited by Raylan Stamball, is first and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor. 384 is seventh, 385 is fourth, 386 is fifth, and 387 is moved to the Red and White Show. Now in the ring are our milking shorthorn summer yearlings. Some of our sponsors for that show include Daysland Vista Blooms, Whispering Breeze Farm, and Lenmo Cattle.
In our summer yearling milking shorthorn class, I think we've got two heifers that sort their way to the top of the class pretty handily for me. And I'm going to give the edge to the heifer that's just showing me more overall balance to her frame. She's deeper in that heart, more open and sweeping in her rib structure, flatter out over that rump structure, and has more width between her pins that allows that tail head to set more neatly between those tailbones. Taking nothing away from this beautifully well-grown August 12th heifer here in second. And you love that side profile, that length of body, and in particular that she has the advantage of being a bit more deeper in that heart, deeper in both that fore and rear rib and flank as compared to our third place heifer. And then it is our third place heifer's advantage in overall dairiness and angularity throughout that carries her over our fourth place heifer. She's cleaner about her head and neck, longer and leaner through that neck region, as well as shows less excess conditioning and is sharper out over those hook throws and pins and down through that thigh. Taking nothing away from our fourth place heifer, big, powerful heifer there in fourth, just not as clean as I'd like to see her to get around the others in the class today.
Results of milking shorthorn summer yearling class. First is entry 522, Our Way, Texas, La Crescent, fourth, exhibited by Andrew Kimball. Second, best bred and owned animal by exhibitor in class is entry 521, Maryland Misty Meadows Cyride Thea, exhibited by Jillian Malott. Third is 523, SS Chi-Chi CC, exhibited by Sage Grossnickel. And fourth is 524, Days Landacres Justice Droppy, exhibited by Deanna Sickert. Now ready for red and white summer yearlings. Red and white summer yearlings. We thank some of our sponsors, Oakland View Farms, CJ and Tanya Miller and family, Pheasant Echoes, Mike and Anita Haynes at Locust Air, Dan and Crystal Edwards, Interstate Heifer Care, Matt Hallbaker, and Marilyn Hillbrook, Chris and Jennifer Hill. Hosting exhibitors, bring your spring yearlings to ringside. We only have 3 summer yearlings in our red and white show. Hosting spring yearlings to ringside, please. Ayrshire summer yearlings, bring your animals to ringside. Ayrshire summer yearlings. We have another vehicle we need to have moved, a silver Toyota license plate 7BP0503 on the North Wash Rack. You were right beside that red pickup that was moved. Now we need you to move too, if you would please. You're blocking things up. Thank you.
Thank you. 3, 2, 1.
Roja is 1?
Yep,
Okay.
3, 2, 1. No red note in that one.
Okay.
Three beautiful heifers here in our summer yearling red and white class, and I think you can you really appreciate a lot of the various attributes of each of these heifers. I'm going to lead out with the heifer just that has no holes for me today. She's the most balanced. She's not the biggest, I admit, but man, is she she blends so smoothly all the way through. She's so much more feminine about that front end. She's straighter and stronger over that top line, particularly in that loin, flatter out over that rump region, and shows me more adequate width through the front end and more width through those pin bones. In addition, she does have the best set of feet and legs in the class, tracking out more correctly and has more straightness to those rear hocks, particularly when you view them from behind, as compared to this big, long-bodied heifer here in second. This heifer here in second uses that extreme size and scale and length to her frame, length from muzzle to tail, to carry her over this really beautifully ribbed heifer here in third. This heifer in third, I love the depth and sweep and drape to that fore and rear rib. Maybe want to see a bit more spring and openness to that rib structure, straighten her out in that rear hock as you view her from the side, but a tremendous group of 3 summer yearling heifers. Congratulations.
Our winning entry in the summer yearling class in our red and white show was moved from the Holstein show. It's entry number 387, Cherry H&S D-Back Roja Red ET, exhibited by Matthew Fry. Second goes to entry 554, Pheasant Echoes Alpha Trump Red, exhibited by Raylan Stamball. And third goes to 553, Oakland View Alp Seeing Red, exhibited by Emma Hutchison. Now ready for spring yearling Holsteins. Spring yearling Holsteins into the ring. Our winning entry receives an award sponsored by the Iser family, Spots Pride Farm.
In your Jersey fall calf class, a little bit of everything in a class that didn't quite sort as nicely for me, but I started with a big calf that we're going to leading out here, just on her overall mass, her uphill run. You get behind her, there's a lot of calf there, a lot of Springer rib, heifer that's really pretty up through that front end, holds herself together nicely in the shoulder and up through the front end. I will grant the heifer in second is just a little nicer in her thurls, has those thurls a little farther forward, just not the mass and capacity as the calf that we're going to start with. The third or second over third, just a little more nearly level from hooks to pins. You got in front of her, I originally pulled the third place calf in first. You get in front of her, I would like to widen her out quite a bit up through between those front legs, but extremely balanced calf here in third. She uses her dairiness, her angularity to get over the long-bodied calf in fourth. Calf in fourth, really long from end to end. A lot of nice things about her. Just want to clean her up just a little bit to move up in a little higher in this class. But she uses the length of body to get over the extremely balanced calf coming out here in fifth.
Holstein exhibitors, attention. We have no spring yearling milking shorthorns or red and whites. So our next class will be Holstein winter yearlings. So please bring your winter yearlings to ringside. We have 4 spring yearlings we're evaluating right now. Now, the results of our Jersey Fall Heifer Calf class. First, recipient of an award sponsored by OCS Dairy, the Clayton Smith family, is entry number 456, Earhart Vincenzo Genesis ET, exhibited by Bristol Earhart. Second, and best bred and owned animal in class is entry 461, Sandhaven Applejack Fauna, exhibited by Emily Sanders. Third goes to 452, Kilgus Mustang Ariana, exhibited by Tristan Kaiser. And fourth to 455, South Mountain Cosmos Concoction, exhibited by Megan Brawning. Starting at the top of page top of the class, 19 on page 3. 452 is third, 454 is eighth, 455 is fourth, 456 Earhart Vincenzo Genesis ET, exhibited by Bristol Earhart, is first. 458 is sixth, 459 is seventh, 461 Sandhaven Applejack Fauna, exhibited by Emily Sanders, is second, and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor. 462 is fifth. Now in the ring are Ayrshire Summer Yearlings. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Ron and Joanne Parmenter. Again, repeating, Holstein exhibitors, bring your winter yearlings to the ringside. We have no spring yearling, milking shorthorns, or red and whites. Huh? We have one red and white. Okay. Well, bring them down here anyhow. You'll be ahead of the game.
In our Ayrshire ring, just 3 entries here. We're going to start out with the white calf. The wins the class handily for me. A calf with a lot of style, a lot of just straightness of lines. A calf with open rib and really square back through that rump region. She uses that to get over the big growthy calf here in second. The calf that second follows the pattern of the first place calf, just not quite as much flash today as the winning calf. Second over third, just more calf from end to end than the August heifer here in second. Or in third, third place calf, well-made calf. I just would like to see a little more of her today.
First place summer yearling in our Ayrshire show is entry 238, Val's Pride Roar Rainstorm, exhibited by Gavin Valentine, recipient of an award sponsored by Ron and Joanne Parmenter. Second goes to 236, Fawnwood Reynolds Alicia, exhibited by Margaret Mason. And third to 235, Quietness Boy Toy Hopkins, exhibited by Patrick Waltemeyer. We have no brown Swiss summer yearlings, so we will move to the Guernsey summer yearlings. The winning entry here will receive an award sponsored by Brian and Heidi Schnebley and family.
12's got to be a wrong number, doesn't it?
In our Holstein Spring Yearling class here, I think we've got 4 calves that really just exceptional individuals in their own right. I'm going to lead out with the heifer here that's just showed me the most extreme aspects to her part. She's so tall, so long, so dairy, and in particular just shows so much depth of that heart, depth of both and fore rib, openness to that rib structure, and expansion and extension of that barrel that carries her over this really well-balanced heifer here in second. Close placing here for me, second and third, but given the edge to the second place heifer for just when you pull her in a line. She's full in the crops, holds her loin quite a bit better, is more nearly level from her hooks to her pins, and more centralized in that thorough placement. However, I will give the edge to our third place heifer, just having a bit more width to that front end, a bit more drop to that heart and fore rib as compared to our second place heifer. And then this third place heifer uses that overall style and balance and that ease of which she moves about the ring as compared to this heifer here in fourth. Love this heifer in fourth here from the hips forward. Just want to correct her here there in that tail head setting. Just give her a bit more flex to that hock when you veer from the side to get around the others in the class today.
First place spring yearling in the Holstein Show, recipient of an award sponsored by Spots Pride, the Yiser family, is entry number 391, Ray Rob Perennial Lollipop, exhibited by Oakland Chrisman. Second goes to 390, MS Alligator Blake E.T., exhibited by Julie Brawning. Third, best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is 392, Rock Hard Raspberry Jam E.T., exhibited by Bristol Earhart. And fourth goes to entry 394, Arbol Flowing Springs D.L. Maclou E.T., exhibited by Corey Black.
In your Guernsey ring, just 2 summer yearlings here. Close placing calves, you could probably talk either way. I'm giving the nod to the first place calf, just on length of body, length of frame, a little more stretch from end to end than the balanced calf coming out here in second.
Two, one. Okay. Yep. Summer yearling results in our Guernsey show. First goes to entry 308, Cooley Crest Yogi Storia, exhibited by Grace Cross, recipient of an award sponsored by Brian and Heidi Schnebley and family. Second goes to 307, Anovadale's Latimer Debbie. We're now ready for Jersey summer yearlings. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Dwayne and Roz Norman.
Just one spring yearling in our red and white show here, but certainly one that's deserving of a blue ribbon and one that could stand some additional competition. You love the straightness of lines of this heifer. She's so straight and strong over that top line, hard in her loin, flat in that rump structure. Has a beautiful set of feet and legs as she tracks out here. Anything I'd change about her, just maybe want to give her a bit more drop to that rib, clean her up just a touch over that tail head setting, but a great, really exceptional heifer to win the class.
Winning entry in the spring yearling red and white show is moved from the Holstein show. Spun Gold Turbo Nina Red, exhibited by Kylie Little.
No, she got scratched by accident. I had checked her in, and I should have put here keep.
Yeah.
What happened was Richard Kepler came down and had to get something from me, and I accidentally.
Next in our west ring, we will have Holstein Winter Yearling Heifers. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Steve and Kelly Wilson and family.
No, Spun Gold Bendig.
So we're at 246 animals, males. because of that one that we
We
had
added
in the book. So 99 exhibitors, 246.
99. Huh.
There's
Cool.
there's your numbers. I don't know how many. I'm not worried about it. So we got our official tally.
Good. Provided you don't have any scratches, right?
Well, we might have counted.
Yeah.
In this class of winter yearlings in our Holstein show, just a heifer that runs away with the class. This big silky-hided heifer here in first. Beautiful side profile heifer and wins the class pretty easily with that overall refinement and femininity throughout. She's cleaner and sharper through her front end, sharper at the point of withers, more chiseled about the vertebrae, more curving in that thigh, cleaner and flatter in that hock bone, and just beautiful side profile with a lot of femininity and refinement through that head and neck. And however, taking nothing away from this really big, powerful heifer, squarely made heifer here in second. It is that correctness and flatness out over that rump structure that carries her over this really clean, angular heifer here in third. I give the advantage to our third place heifer for that overall cleanliness. She's quite a bit sharper and crisper all the way throughout. Just would like to see her more correct from her hips back and track out on a straighter set of rear feet and legs when you view her from the side and the rear to get around the others in the class today.
Results of the winter yearling class and Holstein show. First is entry 397, Border View Unix Hez E.T., exhibited by Oakland Chrisman, recipient of an award sponsored by Steve and Kelly Wilson and family. Second, and best bred and owned by exhibitor in class, not noted in your book, is Sick Has It All Fiona, entry number 396, exhibited by Deanna Sickert. Third is entry 399, United Way Albrita ET, exhibited by Easton Smith. And entry 398 belongs in the Jersey Show. We're now ready for winter yearling milking shorthorns. Another animal, another vehicle to move. Black Silverado pickup. License plate 4F like Fred, E and Edward 3319. Loading dock? Along the loading dock, you're blocking things up. Black Silverado 4F like Fred, E, Edward 3319. Red and white winter yearlings, bring your animals to ringside. Red and white winter yearlings. Some of our sponsors for our Milking Shorthorn Awards: Cool Springs Farm, All In Genetics, and Tammy Reed. Red and white winter yearlings to ringside. Red and white winter yearlings to ringside.
A really lovely group here of milking shorthorn winter yearlings, and I think that we've got two heifers that sort themselves to the top of the class pretty easily for me today. But it is the extreme stylishness of this heifer here in first that gets her around our second place heifer. She blends so smoothly from her neck to her shoulder into her barrel. She's a bit flatter from her hooks to her pins and tracks out with a bit more distance between those hock bone as she tracks out as you view her from behind. However, I will give the advantage to our second place heifer. She's carrying less excess conditioning out over those hooks, thrills, and pins. It's a bit more refined all the way throughout. And she uses that openness and dariness to her frame, particularly that drop in depth of both floor and rear rib, and flatness out over her rump structure and height in the point and her loin to carry over this really long, refined heifer here in third. Like this heifer here in third, give her the advantage in being just a bit flatter and cleaner in that hock bone, just not quite the extreme rib structure, correctness to her, and straightness of lines to get around the other heifers in the class today.
Red and white winter yearlings, we need your animals in the ring, please. Red and white winter yearlings, it's your turn. Results of the winter yearling class in milking shorthorns. First goes to 527 Walnut Ridge LS Trekker P, exhibited by Haley Jarvis. Second is entry 526 Quietness Spider-Man Finch, exhibited by Trevor Lancaster. And third is 528 Quietness Franklin Fritzy, exhibited by Wyatt Snyder. Next class is red and white winter yearlings. Red and white winter yearlings. Holstein, fall yearlings to ringside. Holstein, fall yearlings to ringside, please. Just a reminder, we will be using first and second place class winners for selection of junior champion at that time when we bring them back in. First and second, if you need to line up some leadsmen, please be doing it now. Ayrshire Spring Yearling Heifers to ringside, please. Ayrshire Spring Heifers. Holstein Fall Yearlings, please bring your animals to ringside and be ready. You are next.
Single winner yearling entry here, but again, a heifer that could certainly stand some additional competition. She's so clean, so dairy. She's sharp at those withers. She's chiseled down that vertebrae. She's so chiseled through that hooks, thrills, and pins. She has a really curving thigh and flat bone all the way throughout. Love the openness to her rib structure. Anything I change about her, just want to widen her out between in that chest, give her a bit more squareness in those feet as she tracks out as you ear from behind.
First place winter yearling in a red and white show is entry 560, Ms. Rompin Mystic Red E.T., exhibited by Michaela Durr. We're now ready for Holstein Fall Yearlings. Holstein Fall Yearlings, the winning entry in this class, will receive an award sponsored by CJ and Tanya Miller family. Milking Shorthorn Fall Yearlings, red and white Fall Yearlings, bring your animals to ringside.
Again, just a single entry out here in our fall yearling class in our Holstein ring, but again, another heifer that could stand some additional competition. You have the length to the frame, the squareness to her frame, that openness and width to her through her midsection, and that width to her rump. She also tracks out on an exceptionally strong set of feet and legs. Really excited to see when this heifer freshens in.
Our winning fall yearling in our Holstein show, recipient of an award sponsored by CJ and Tanya Miller and family, is entry 402 WSC Pharaoh Iced Out, exhibited by Haley Jarvis. We're now ready for milking Shorthorn fall yearlings.
In New Jersey, a summer yearling class, 3 individuals, I think, sorted the way to the top. The calf I'm starting with, I did have her originally in third. You got her in line. She just holds herself together a little nicer on those rear legs. The calf in second, a really pretty calf, an August calf. You get her, she looks good on the move. You get her in line. She wants to toe out quite a bit, and that's what bumped her into the second slot. Second and third, very similar calves. I think the August calf is just a little prettier up through that front end, blends a little smoother in the shoulders than the balanced calf coming out here in third. Third over fourth, just cleanness, more refined, cleaner down through that leg than the big growthy calf in fourth. Fourth over fifth, the strength over the top line. She's fuller in the crops, higher in the chine. I love the calf in fifth from the middle of her back, the rest of the way back. Just want to make her blend a little nicer over the up through that front end, give her a little more stretch in that head and neck.
Congratulations to Noah Utterback, entry 469 with T-Fall Canadian Club Lucky Say, our winning summer yearling, recipient of an award sponsored by Dwayne and Roz Norman, best bred and owned animal by exhibitor in class. Second goes to 463 Sandhaven Hidalgo Lulu, exhibited by Emily Sanders. Third to 464 Sandhaven Hidalgo Legacy, exhibited by Colby Wetzel. And fourth to 470 Rockhard Boomerang So Cool, exhibited by Bristol Earhart. Starting at the top of class 20, 463 is second, 624 is ninth, 464 is third, 465 is fifth, 467 is eighth, 468 is seventh, 469 T-Fall Canadian Club Lucky Say, exhibited by Noah Utterback, is our winning entry and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor in class. 470 is fourth and 471 is sixth. Now on our Ayrshire Spring Yearlings, the winning entry in this class will receive an award sponsored by Murray Financial Group. Red and white, fall yearlings to ringside.
In the single entry fall yearling class, a heifer that's due here at the end of the month and starting to back up just a bit. Do you admire her for that overall width and power, particularly through her chest as you view her as she's coming at you? She carries a lot of width through her midsection and out over her rump. Anything that's changed, just want to give her some more openness and drop to that rib structure, give her a bit more height and strength on those pasterns.
First place fall yearling in our milking Shorthorn show is entry 529, Quietness Our Money Blair, exhibited by Wyatt Snyder. We are now ready for red and white fall yearlings. Red and white fall yearlings. Hosting exhibitors, bring your first and second prize winners from our classes earlier today to assemble for selection of junior champion and best bred and owned junior animal in the Holstein show. Holstein exhibitors first and second. And milking Shorthorn exhibitors, you will be next for selection of junior champion.
Again, another single entry here in our fall yearling class, and certainly one that, again, could stand some additional competition. I love the dairiness and the refinement of this heifer, the drop and openness to that rib structure. She's a beautiful uphill run to this frame. Anything I'd change, maybe just want to give her a bit more width through that barrel, a bit squareness, more squareness through those feet as she tracks out, but a beautiful heifer to win.
The winning fall yearling red and white show is entry 561, Arball Flowing Springs Tea Biscuit Red, exhibited by Lexus Arball. We're now ready to select junior champion of our Holstein show from our first and second prize winners in our age group classes earlier.
Your Ayrshire Spring Yearling class. Pretty handy winner for me in the straight line, stylish heifer. We're going to start with a heifer that's so straight over the top, square back through the rump. A heifer that's extremely open in her rib structure. She uses those straightness of lines and size and scale to get over the August heifer here in second. Second over third, close placing for me, different kind of calves. But I prefer the way the second place calf travels out on those rear legs. She's just a little squarer and fancier back through that rump region than the long-bodied heifer here in third.
Our winning Ayrshire spring yearling, entry number 243, Steel Fire Ringer Kaboom, exhibited by Kylie Little, recipient of an award sponsored by Murray Financial Group. Second place goes to entry 240, Grandview PBR No Diggity, exhibited by Brenna Shamelin. And third is entry 241, Glamourview Micro Briscoe ET, exhibited by Allison Rolls. Next up will be our Brown Swiss Summer Yearlings. Brown Swiss Summer Yearlings, the winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Cletus and Janice Fry of Windy Springs Farm. Red and white exhibitors, if we are going to move you ahead of milking shorthorns based on some logistics for our milking shorthorn show. So if we can have red and white first and second prize winners from our heifer classes, please be moving to the ring. We will select red and white junior champion prior to our milking shorthorn junior champion. and immediately following Holstein Junior Champion. Red and white, first and second place winners, please bring your animals to the ring. And while we have a minute, we have 2 birthday girls to announce today. Happy birthdays to Gail Yiser and Andrea Haynes. And I am not going to sing. Our junior champion Holstein will receive an award sponsored by Kingstead Farms, Mary King. Our reserve junior champion will receive an award sponsored by Bulldog Holsteins, Mike and Heather Yeager and family. And our best bred and owned junior animal will receive an award sponsored by Kathy Huff and family in memory of Marlon K. Huff. Guernsey Summer Yearling should be at ringside.
in our brown Swiss spring yearling class, and another handy winner for me today. The calf that just has loads of style. She's just extremely pretty from end to end. A calf that moves really well, a calf that's long-bodied, and she uses that dairiness to get over heifer in second. Heifer in second, I really like the heifer. She, like myself, could just drop a few pounds, but a really square heifer, square-rumped heifer, and a heifer that moves around the ring. She uses her straightness of lines, hardness of top to get over the heifer in third. Third over fourth, just more openness, drop to the rib than the heifer in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a little cleaner back through that rump region.
Results of our brown Swiss class spring yearlings, receiving an award sponsored by Aaron, Tommy, Lincoln, and Marshall Mongold, is entry number 279 GS Tank Show Spunk, exhibited by Levi Pickett. Also first best and bred and owned animal by exhibitor. Second goes to 278 Corlin C Sedona, exhibited by Courtney Bell. Third goes to 280 Mile High T Jammy, exhibited by Andy Kristanovich. Fourth to entry 277 KGKS Design Alfina, exhibited by Mia Wenzel. And fifth to 281 Kent Manor Design Trixie, exhibited by Paige Miller. Next up are our spring yearling Guernseys. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by OCS Dairy.
Let's give all of these Holstein exhibitors a round of applause out here. Just an extremely beautiful quality show. I pulled out 5 heifers that I really admire and appreciate for their attributes and qualities. I've got my first place spring calf out here, my 2 winter calves, my October fall calf, and then my summer yearling. And it's taking nothing away from those big older yearling heifers. I think these calves just more closely fit what I'm looking for in terms of the style and balance, correctness to their feet and legs, openness and width, and drop to that rib structure. I think this spring calf, she's beautifully made, straight lined heifer, beautiful set of feet and legs, just really refined in dairy all the way throughout. You got our 2 winter calves, again, 2 pretty differently made heifers. This white calf's really extreme inner parts, really tall, long, clean all the way throughout, and really flatten that bone. And then you follow with this really flat or squarely made heifer here. Again, maybe not extreme inner parts, but certainly correct all the way through. Following then with our October fall calf, a well-balanced heifer here. Love the sweep and openness to that rib structure, the correctness to those feet and legs. Again, a really squarely made, wide balanced heifer here. And then following with our summer yearling, again, a heifer that's maybe not extreme in her parts, but incredibly correct. Beautiful head and neck on this heifer and really correcting those feet and legs. I'm going to go out and congratulate our junior champion, reserve junior champion in that order. I'll give you a set of quick reasons, and then we'll move on with the show. Beautiful set of heifers out here. I gave the edge to our October fall calf just for that overall squareness and sweep and openness, that rib structure. She's shown a bit more overall maturity than our beautifully made spring calf, but follows that same pattern, super correct, and giving her that advantage over our two December calves as well as our summer yearling, particularly for that width of the chest, without over those hook thrills and pins, and just the flex and ease of which they move about the ring. Tremendous group of heifers. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Daniel Clarity with our junior champion, the winning fall heifer calf, entry 365 Woodbine Bullseye Cancun, recipient of an award sponsored by Kingstead Farms, Mary King. Reserve junior champion goes to our winning spring heifer calf from our first group, entry number 330 Woodbine Hulu Poppy, exhibited by Annette Clarity. recipient of an award sponsored by Bulldog Holsteins, Mike and Heather Yeager and family. And our best bred and owned junior animal is entry number 383, Pheasant Echoes Jack's Timex, exhibited by Raylan Stamball, recipient of an award sponsored by Kathy Huff and family in memory of Marlon K. Huff. We're now ready for selection of junior champion red and white.
In our Guernsey ring in our spring yearling class, a calf that starts, wins the class today, just on kind of being a no holes kind of heifer. She's tall, she's long, she moves well. A heifer that's correct in her rump structure. She uses just that style and up through that front end, just a little fancier heifer from end to end than the deep-bodied heifer here in second. Second over third, just a little more power, a little more width between those front legs. She carries that width back through to the rump over the dairy calf in third. Third over fourth, just a little more angular up through that shoulder than the calf here in fourth.
The winning Guernsey Spring Yearling is entry 311, TQ DJ Top Notch ETV, exhibited by Andrew Kimball. Second goes to entry number 312, Anovadale's Indigo Meatball, exhibited by Grace Cross. Third to 309, Anovadale's McDreamy Valerie, exhibited by Leah Spurrier. And fourth goes to entry 310, GR Woodbourne Bullet Pedal, exhibited by Michael Merriam.
Just to round out our black and white Holstein show, for our best bred known, it's going to be that summer yearling that was out here in contention for junior champion. Just a tremendous heifer, and even more impressive that she's bred and owned by the exhibitor out here. Congratulations.
Our spring yearling Guernsey winner received an award sponsored by OCS Dairy. Jersey Spring Yearlings are now in the ring. Jersey Spring Yearlings, the winning entry will receive an award sponsored by the Utterback family. I'd like to thank our red and white show sponsors for sponsoring our classes and our champions today. Oakland View Farms, the Yaus family, CJ and Tanya Miller and family, Pheasant Echoes Farm, the Stamballs, Mike, Anita, and Rod Haynes at Locust Air Farm, Dan and Crystal Edwards, Interstate Heifer Care, Matt Hallbaker, Marilyn Hillbrook, Chris and Jennifer Hill, Radley Ben Farm, the Kaisers, Maryland Carrollton Farm, Roger and Loretta Wright, Berlin Farm, the Burrells, Maryland Delight, Gary and Crystal Dell and family, Bronside Farm, Gary and Maureen Brawning, Brad and Sheila Garst, Cold Springs Farm, the Marlon Huff family, the Mongol family, Arballs Flowing Springs, the Pickett family, Pickett Transport, Savage Lee, Wayne and Cindy Savage family, Misty Meadows Farm and Creamery, Dr. Nancy Powell, Taylorsville Vet Clinic, Mid-Maryland Dairy Vets, Reef Snyder's Farm Supply, Rise Above Genetics, the Little Family, Woodbine Farms, and Kimbleway Farms are sponsors of our red and white show today. I'd like to introduce us Upper Chesapeake Dairy Misses who are helping us hand out ribbons and awards here in the show ring in the West Ring. On my left, your right, closest to the loading dock, we have Miss Ashlyn Knott. In our East Ring, closest to the Midway and the Maryland Food Court, we have Miss Abigail Stewart. Thank you, ladies. Our future Dairy Princess contestants, Upper Chesapeake Dairy Misses. And understand there are 2 more birthdays today. Gus Schwartzbeck hits a milestone. I'll let you guess which one, but it's between 59 and 61. And J.C. Miller officially becomes legal at 21. Congratulations, J.C. Ayrshire Winter Yearlings, bring your animals to ringside. Ayrshire Winter Yearlings to ringside, please. Amy.
in our Jersey spring yearling class. First two heifers sort their way pretty easily to the top for me, but I gave the nod to the first place heifer, just being a little cleaner from end to end. She's longer in the neck, just a little more chiseled throughout than the extremely balanced, strong front-ended heifer here in second. Second over third, just a little straighter in their lines, a little nicer out through that rump region, and a little stronger in the pastern than the long-bodied heifer here in third. Third over fourth, I made the switch right at the end. I just prefer the way she travels on those rear legs. Just a little straighter in the hock when viewed from the side than the heifer coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a little more openness up through that front end, a little more heifer from end to end than the heifer in fifth.
Results of our Jersey spring yearling class. First goes to entry 478, Glamour View Chocolatier Madden, exhibited by Allison Rolls. Second goes to entry number 477, Rockwood Grandiose Notorious, exhibited by Emma Utterback. Third is 473, Cash Owl Kid Rock Reeve E.T., exhibited by Matthew Leather. Fourth and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 620, Knob View Victoria Sailor, exhibited by Carly Now. Fifth goes to 476, Bronzeside Reckless Bamboo, exhibited by Julie Brawning. And sixth goes to 474, Locust Air Ferdinand Brandy, exhibited by Lane Durr. Winner received an award sponsored by the Utterback family. Now ready for Ayrshire Winter Yearlings. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by Small Town Cattle Company, the Moore family.
Let's once again give our red and white exhibitors a round of applause out here. Again, maybe a slightly smaller show than our black and white show, but certainly you appreciate the quality that we brought out here. And I brought our 5 heifers out here that I think are standing the most, can stand the most additional competition, the ones that really sorted themselves to the top of their respective classes today. We've got our 2 spring calves out here, as I said in class, a close placing for me, and I think just 2 calves that I just admire their squareness, correctness all the way through, that depth and openness of rib. Then we have our December calf, maybe just a little piecier than the others out here, but certainly one that overwhelmed her class with her width through the front end, her openness to that rib structure, her size and scale, and correctness as she tracks out on those feet and legs. Then we moved our summer yearling out here, one that certainly isn't maybe extreme in her parts. It wasn't the biggest heifer in the class, but she's so well balanced. She blends so beautifully throughout all of her parts and has an exceptional set of feet and legs to go along with it. And then rounding out here with our winter yearling, a really refined, extremely clean heifer here. She's sharp, she's angular, she's really flat in that bone structure, and just a really feminine individual. I'll go out here and congratulate our junior champion and our reserve junior champion in that order, then I'll give a quick set of reasons. Said in class, she's not the most extreme heifer. She's maybe a little heavier in the front end than you'd like her to, but man, there are no holes in this heifer in this summer yearling. She's beautiful heifer. She just blends so beautifully throughout all of her parts, and she wins this junior champion class for that width, strength, and power through the front end, that width through her rump structure, and that correctness to her feet and legs. Taking nothing away from this beautiful winter yearling, just need a little bit more power, a little bit more oomph to her to get around this beautiful summer yearling. 2 exceptional heifers, and love our young calves. Just give them a little bit more time to grow up and mature to compete with the others out here today. Congratulations. And while we're out here, our second place spring calf is going to be our best bred known of the show. Again, a really heifer that you admire, get that similarity and that stylishness and balance. Just an exceptional heifer to be best bred known. Congratulations.
Let's recognize our junior champion as our first place summer yearling, entry number 554, Pheasant Echoes Alpha Trump Red, exhibited by Raylan Stamball. Reserve champion goes to our winning winter yearling, entry 560, MS Rompin Mystic Red ET, exhibited by Michaela Durr. And our best bred and owned junior animal, bred and owned by exhibitor, is 541 PE Historic Mildred Red, exhibited by Jarrett Edwards.
In our Ayrshire ring in our spring yearling or winter yearling class. However, we're going to start with wins mainly on the correctness of feet and legs. She's walks the best, most correct set to the legs of the three in the class today. A heifer, you like the length of body. I will grant the heifer in second is a little more dairy, a little more open rib today. I just would like to change the way she, the bend to the leg when you're looking at her from the side. She uses her dairiness, her capacity of showing more barrel, openness of barrel over the heifer here in third. Heifer in third, really straight line, hard top heifer. Just want to clean her up back through that rump region.
Our winning winter yearling in the Ayrshire Show, recipient of an award sponsored by Small Town Cattle Company, the Moore family, is entry number 221, Windacre Kingsire Luna, exhibited by Willow Winterstein. Second is entry 614, Easy Girl PV Define Me ET, exhibited by Carly Now. And third goes to entry 246, Quietness Jack Reed, exhibited by Patrick Waltemeyer. We have no Brown Swiss winter yearlings, so we'll move to our Guernsey winter yearlings. Winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Elizabeth Benitez. In our West Ring, we will now select junior champion of our Milking Shorthorn show. Junior champion and reserve junior champion are sponsored by Susan Klein in memory of Richard Klein. Jersey winter yearlings to the ring, please. Jersey winter yearlings to the ring. And could we have our milking shorthorn milking female at the ring, please, to complete our milking shorthorn show following junior champion. We will show milking shorthorns to completion following junior champion.
Just two Guernsey winter yearlings out here. I gave the advantage to the first place heifer, just a little nicer blending in her parts. She holds herself together a little nicer over the top line, taking nothing away from the long-bodied dairy heifer coming out here in second.
First place Guernsey winter yearling is entry number 314, Anovadale's J.D. Lucy, exhibited by Leah Spurrier, recipient of an award sponsored by Elizabeth Benitez. Second place is 313, Ely Highland Sparta Tansy, exhibited by Sophia Guyton. Now entering the ring are our winter yearling jerseys. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Oakland View Farm. Brown Swiss, fall yearlings. You can begin moving your animals to ringside. We have one Ayrshire fall yearling. Brown Swiss fall yearlings.
Let's do one more round of applause for our junior animals out here in contention for junior champion of our Milking Shorthorn show. I brought out my spring calf, my fall calf, my 2 summer yearlings, and then our big winter yearling out here for contention and consideration. I love this little spring calf. She's super smooth in her parts. She's pretty straight lined. I love her refinement and femininity, that length to her head and her neck, and that correctness to her feet and legs. And then we've got a calf here in our fall calf, tremendous barreled calf. She's got a lot of width and power, drop to that forward and rear rib, and just squareness all the way through. We move into our 2 summer yearlings. I think quite a pair of calves out here, super clean, super refined. Maybe some things I'd change about both of them, but I think they were exceptional enough in their class to be pulled out here for contention. And we've got our big winter yearling. She's so correct. There's not a whole lot of holes in her. I will acknowledge we'd like to see her cleaned off just a tad out here, but certainly a heifer that's just exemplifies that Milking Shorthorn breed quality and characteristics and correctness all the way through. I'll go out and congratulate my junior champion, reserve junior champion, and honorable mention in that order. Then I'll give you a set of reasons. I recognize this yearling's a little heavy, but she is good. And she is flat and correct and straight in those parts. And in particular, she edges our summer yearling over for that flatness in her tail head, that correctness in her feet and her legs, and in particular, that squareness and correctness in those feet as she tracks out when you view her from behind. She's just square in those rear feet and legs when you get behind her, and that just gives her that edge and advantage over that summer yearling. I love the summer yearling. Again, acknowledge the cleanliness and femininity throughout that she has over our big winter yearling here, just not that correctness over her rump structure and those feet and legs to get around that big winter yearling today. And I love this August heifer. I think give her some time to belly down a little bit to really push these other 2 heifers out here. A tremendous August calf that's really exceptionally well grown, long and dairy and refined all the way throughout. Just an exceptional set of heifers here in the Milking Shorthorn show. And that honorable mention August calf is also going to be your best bred and owner of the show. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our junior champion, entry number 527, Walnut Ridge LS Trekker P, exhibited by Haley Jarvis, recipient of an award sponsored by Susan Klein in memory of Richard Klein. Reserve junior champion is our first place summer yearling, Our Way, Texas, La Crescent the 4th, exhibited by Andrew Kimball. Also receives an award sponsored by Susan Klein in memory of Richard Klein. And our best bred and owned junior animal is entry 521, Maryland Misty Meadows Cyride Thea, exhibited by Jillian Malott.
In our Jersey Ring, the winter yearling class. Really good pair of heifers start the class, and it's close for me between the 2. I'm giving the advantage to the first place heifer, just a freckle cleaner from end to end. Just a little sharper up through that top and back through that rump region. In addition, just also a little bit wider up through that front end than the heifer in second. Very close, very nice pair to start the class. Second over third, the way she handles her rear legs, just a little nicer bend to the leg when you're looking at her from the side. The heifer in third, not showing, not wanting to cooperate today, but certainly a very correct, stylish heifer that fits into that third place spot. She uses the openness of ribs, particularly that rear rib, to get over the heifer here in fourth.
Our first place winter yearling, recipient of an award sponsored by Oakland View Farm, is entry 481, Big Gun Kid Rock Variety, exhibited by Allison Rolls. Second is an entry moved over, erroneously entered in the Holstein Show, entry 398, Trip J. Jen Victoria's Daisy, exhibited by Emma Hutchison. Third is entry 479, Cash In UG Verona's Valen, exhibited by Connor Rudman. And fourth is entry 482, Hardcore She Fancy Like That, exhibited by Matthew Leather. Now ready for Ayrshire Fall Yearlings. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Palmyra Farm, the Creek family. Brown Swiss Fall Yearlings on deck, please. Brown Swiss Fall Yearlings on deck. Following reasons on our junior 2-year-old class, we will select our senior and grand champion, as well as complete our group classes in our Milking Shorthorn show.
Just a single entry in your fall yearling class. A heifer that's maybe not the sharpest, carrying a little bit of weight, but a heifer that's not really, there's not really any holes in her today. A heifer that's straight in her parts, correct on her feet and legs.
Winning fall yearling in the Ayrshire Show is entry number 250, Quietness Timothy Hope E.T., exhibited by Brianna Reinhardt. Excuse me, recipient of an award sponsored by Palmyra Farm, the Creek family. Brown Swiss Fall Yearlings into the ring.
We have just one single entry cow out here in our junior 2-year-old class. In addition, she's going to be your only cow in the Milking Shorthorn show, so she'll also be your senior champion, and I'll go ahead and name her grand champion today too. Beautiful uddered cow out here, you're really snug in that forudder, really youthful mammary system. I love the teat placement, size and shape. In addition, she's got a beautiful dairy frame about her, a lot of width and power throughout, a lot of extension and expansion through that midsection, and flatness in that rump structure, correctness in those feet and her legs. With that, she'll be our reserve grand champion will go to our winter yearling out here, and I believe our winter yearling will also be our best bred and known of the show. So congratulations to the whole Milking Shorthorn set of exhibitors.
First place junior 2-year-old, senior and grand champion of our Milking Shorthorn show is entry 535, Maryland Misty Meadow Cherry Pie EXP, exhibited by Ella Malott. Recipient of an award sponsored by Susan Klein in memory of Richard Klein. Reserve champion will be our junior champion animal. First winter yearling, Walnut Ridge LS Trekker P, exhibited by Haley Jarvis.
Sure, might as well. They're both in there.
Just two brown Swiss fall yearlings today. Both the heifers due here early fall, but gave the advantage to the heifer in first. Just a little cleaner from end to end. Just shows a little more length of frame than the heifer coming out here in second.
First place fall yearling in our Swiss show, recipient of an award sponsored by MJ Farm, the Jody Bell family, is entry number 283, KGKS Famous Stellar Sass, exhibited by Brooke Leaf. Second and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 284, Kent Manor Design Caramello, exhibited by Paige Miller. Now ready for our Guernsey fall yearlings. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by Ned Davis. Jersey fall yearlings to ringside, please. Jersey fall yearlings to ringside. Red and white and Holstein exhibitors, our milking shorthorn show is now complete. So we will be alternating for our milking classes in Holsteins and red and whites.
We have one entry in our dam and daughter class, our first place spring calf, and then our grand champion and cow. I really appreciate this pair of animals out here. I think you can see how the traits just translate to the next generation. Looking forward to seeing the spring calf grow up and develop like her dam out here. Congratulations.
First place in the dam and daughter class in milking shorthorn show is Ella Malott. We're now ready for Holstein milking fall yearlings. Milking fall yearlings in our Holstein show. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Mardell View, Brian Smith.
In our Guernsey fall yearling class, two entries. Heifer wins, does it pretty handily for me. Just so much more heifer from end to end. She's extremely dairy for a fall yearling. Heifer it's due later on this fall. She uses the dairiness and length of frame to get over the heifer. Coming out here in second, heifer coming second, due here in October. Looks to be making a nice udder underneath.
Some confusion about, there was some confusion about Haley's heifer because she's got a Walnut Ridge prefix, but I don't think she bred her.
Results of the fall yearling class in the Guernsey show. First goes to 316 Gladheart Mike Alley E.T., exhibited by Peyton Kristanovich, recipient of an award sponsored by Ned Davis. Second to 315 Ely Highland DJ Applejuice, exhibited by Sophia Guyton.
Just a single entry in your unfresh fall yearling class. A heifer that you admire the width and the power up through the front end. Heifer it's not due for a little while, but heifer you like the strength in her.
First place fall yearling in our Jersey show, entry 483, Mill Wheel Rockwell Clover, exhibited by Caroline Kimball, recipient of an award sponsored by Radley Bend, the Kaiser family. Now ready for selection of junior champion of our Ayrshire show. First and second place winners from our heifer classes. Please bring your animals to the ring. Brown Swiss exhibitors can be assembling your animals on the side. You will be next to select junior champion. Ayrshire first and second place winners to the ring for selection of junior champion. Red and white milking fall yearling to ringside. Red and white milking fall yearling to ringside. And we will need Holstein Junior 2s very shortly. We have one each in the milking fall yearling class. Holstein Junior 2s to ringside. There are no summer Junior 2 classes. They are all in the Junior 2-year-old.
Single entry milking yearling, but certainly again one that's deserving of a blue ribbon. I appreciate this cow for her youthfulness, that mammary system, that snugness and venation on her forudder, that height and width at the top of her rear udder, and that definition to her cleft, particularly at the top of her mammary system. In addition, she's got a beautiful uphill run, straight line frame. Anything I'd like to change about her, just want to open up that rib structure a bit, give her a bit more drape and drop to both that fore and rear rib.
First place milking fall yearling, recipient of an award sponsored by Mardell View Farm, Brian Smith, is entry 404, Patmar Hannon's Mindy 3070, exhibited by Samantha Patterson. Now ready for red and white milking fall yearling. Holstein Junior 2s on deck. Brown Swiss exhibitors, please be moving your first and second place heifers towards the show ring and off to the side so we can assemble following selection of our Ayrshire Junior champion.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
We're now selecting our junior champion of our Ayrshire show. The junior champion will receive an award sponsored by Lori Mellon. In addition, the junior champion will also receive a cash award of $750 provided by Steel Fire Farm, the Winkler family, in honor of David Patrick and in memory of Jimmy Patrick of Mapledale Farms. Our reserve junior champion will receive a $500 cash award, also sponsored by Steel Fire Farm, the Winkler family, in honor of David Patrick and in memory of Jimmy of Mapledale Farm.
Well, really lovely milking yearling here in our red and white show. A cow that's exceptionally straight line. She's really tall and upstanding in that front end. She's long from her muzzle to her tail. She's flat and square in that rump structure, and she wears a beautiful mammary system to go along with it. Really tight fore udder attachment, a high, wide rear udder attachment. If there's anything I'd change, just maybe want to give her a bit more bloom and curvature to turn to that rear udder as you view her from the side.
Winning the milking fall yearling class in a red and white show is entry 407, Pheasant Echo Tracy Red, exhibited by Raylan Stamball, or Tracy if you prefer. Junior 2-year-old Holsteins. Junior 2-year-old Holsteins into the ring, please. Winning entry will receive an award sponsored by LJP Holsteins, the Palminteri family, in honor of Jackie Palminteri. In memory of Jackie Palminteri. Red and white exhibitors, be bringing your junior 2-year-olds to ringside.
Got a scratch in here? Or she just late getting here? I think she's just late getting here. Yep.
Our reserve junior champion Ayrshire will also receive an award sponsored by J. Patrick Transport, Mr. Johnny Patrick. In addition to the champions, our junior best bred and owned animal will receive an award sponsored by Bucky and Martha Clark and family.
In our junior 2-year-old class, I think we've got, again, a class of all kind of makes and models out here. I'm going to win with the cow that best combines that dairy strength and frame coupled with a beautiful and strong and well put together mammary system. This cow just has more upstandingness in that front end. She's more dairy and refined throughout, showing me less coarseness through her bone structure, as well as having a bit more strength to that median suspensory ligament, more definition in that crease, and a bit more length to that forudder attachment. However, I will acknowledge our second place cow. Beautiful bloom to that mammary system. Appreciate and give her the advantage in that turn and curvature, particularly at the top of her rear udder. And that the second place cow uses that correctness to her mammary system to carry her over this beautifully framed cow here in third. The second place cow is tighter and more tightly stitched in that forudder attachment, has more width and bloom at the top of her rear udder, and is more uniform throughout all 4 quarters. However, taking nothing away from this big, upstanding individual here in third, a lot of length of frame, and in particular, more correctness to that rump structure as compared to our 4th place cow. Our 4th place cow, similarly made in that mammary system, would just like to see a little less reverse tilt on this cow, a little bit more correctness from her hips back to move her ahead in the class any further. Congratulations.
First place junior 2-year-old and best bred and owned animal in class in our Holstein show is entry 406, Berlin Miss Corningstone, exhibited by Marshall Mongold. Recipient of an award sponsored by LJP Holsteins, the Palminteri family, in memory of Jackie Palminteri. Second goes to 410, Nelson Mill Perfect Claudia, exhibited by Harper Rutledge. Third to 408, Sandhaven T-Struck Rain, exhibited by Emily Standers. And fourth to 413, Earhart TS Java Chip, exhibited by Bristol Earhart. Next up are our junior 2-year-old red and whites.
Let's give these Ayrshire exhibitors a round of applause. Really nice show, heifer show this morning. I'm looking forward to seeing the milking cow classes in a little bit. I pulled out my 5 favorites. I pulled out the first place December calf, a calf that's not extreme, but a calf that's not really any holes. She's square, she's balanced, she's hard topped. Then I pulled out the first and second place fall calves. The first place calf, you love the dairiness, you love the angularity. A heifer's extremely clean boned, extremely correct on those feet and legs. The heifer in second place fall calf follows the pattern, maybe not the extreme in the head and neck, but a heifer that's extremely good-legged as well. Then we come down to the summer yearling, a heifer you love the openness, the sweep to the rib, the spring of rib, a heifer that's long-bodied, she's hard over the top. and a heifer that's really square in the rump. Then you come down to the spring yearling, a heifer that's made a lot like the summer yearling, big open rib, square rump, a heifer that's really hard in that loin. I'm going to go out and congratulate your junior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. Please receive them well, and then I'll give some reasons. For junior and reserve, we're going to go with this pair of fall calves. The junior, the fall calf, whenever she came in, she kind of lit up the ring. A calf that's so clean, so angular. A calf that just has a lot of ring presence and a correct set of feet and legs. For reserve, we're going to follow with the second place fall calf over the yearling, just on the way she handles those legs. She holds herself together, just blends a little nicer when she goes around the ring, keeps her legs a little further forward than the big summer yearling. That will be your honorable mention. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Gavin Valentine with the junior champion as well as best bred and owned junior animal in our Ayrshire show this morning. Entry 233, Val's Pride Reynolds El Diablo, recipient of an award sponsored by Lori Mellon, as well as a $750 cash award from Steel Fire Farm in honor of David Patrick, in memory of Jimmy Patrick at Maple Dell Farm. Our reserve junior champion is our second place fall calf, entry 228, T-Fall Gentle Beast Chardonnay, exhibited by Noah Utterback, recipient of an award sponsored by J. Patrick Transport, Johnny Patrick, and a $500 cash award provided by Steel Fire Farm in honor of David Patrick in memory of Jimmy Patrick of Maple Dell Farm. In addition, Gavin receives the Best Bred and Owned award provided by Bucky and Martha Clark and family. Senior 2-year-old Holsteins to the ring, please. Senior 2-year-old Holsteins. Brown Swiss exhibitors should have your first and second place heifers at ringside.
Well, a beautiful pair of junior 2-year-old cows out here in our red and white show, and I think it's a pretty tight placing here, pretty close placing. And I'm going to give the edge to this first place cow just in that overall length to her forward attachment, her correctness and tightness to that forward attachment, length and venation all the way throughout her mammary system. In addition, she's shown more uniform width from the top to the base of her rear udder, in addition to a more pleasing teat size, shape, and placement on all four quarters. Taking nothing away from this beautifully made second place cow here, I do give her the advantage in being cleaner, sharper, and more angular throughout, particularly through that front end. She's cleaner and longer and leaner about at head and neck, and sharper at the point of withers, less coarse throughout her bone structure. Just want to see more uniformity throughout all four quarters in this on her mammary system, a little bit more correctness to that teat size and shape and how they hang plumb to the ground.
Holstein and red and white exhibitors, please bring all your milking animals to the ring, please. Most of our classes only have one. They will not be very long in getting through. Results of the junior 2-year-old class in the red and white show. First goes to 562 Arball Flowing Springs W.C. Haley Red, exhibited by Lexus Arball. Second to 343 Glad Ray K. Sudoka Red, exhibited by Megan Browning. Now ready for a senior 2-year-old Holsteins. Senior 2-year-old Holsteins. Winning entry will receive an award provided by the Roderick family in memory of Arthur Roderick, Hard Acres. We are about to select the junior champion of our Brown Swiss show. The junior champion will receive an award sponsored by the Maryland Brown Swiss Junior Association, and the reserve junior champion will also receive an award sponsored by the Maryland Brown Swiss Junior Association. Guernsey exhibitors, be assembling your first and second place heifer winners. Following Brown Swiss, you will be next. Attention, our Ayrshire Brown Swiss Guernsey Jersey exhibitors. We have 3 Guernsey cows and 3 Brown Swiss cows. Ayrshires and Jerseys have a few more. Jerseys significantly more. Jerseys will be our biggest cow show. So be advised, we'll move rather rapidly through the other 3 breeds and get a break when we have some Jerseys in to get everybody up here. But be aware, we're going to move through these cows rather rapidly.
Again, a lovely group of senior 2-year-olds out here in our Holstein ring. All these cows are getting a little bit long in their days in milk, but I'm going to lead out with the cow that's just showing me the most balance to her frame as well as the most correctness to her mammary system. She's so wide and carries that uniform width from the top to the base of her rear udder. She also has the advantage in being stronger through that median suspensory ligament, showing more venation on this mammary system and more length and correctness to that forudder attachment. In addition, she does show more power and width through the front end. She carries more width through her midsection that also translates into her through her hooks, throws, and pins. Taking nothing away from the super dairy individual here in second. I love her cleanliness throughout. She's sharp and angular and more chiseled down her vertebrae, carries less excess conditioning all the way through, and that overall extremeness to her frame is what carries her over our third place cow. In addition, she is a bit higher and tighter at that point of her rear attachment, just showing a bit more bloom to her mammary system. And then third over fourth, for that overall uniformity amidst all 4 quarters. She's just more balanced on her udder floor, taking nothing away from our fourth place cow. I love the extreme depth and openness to that rib structure, that boldness to her barrel, that sweep and drape to that rear rib and flank. Just not quite the quality of mammary system or flatness to her bone to get around the others in the class today.
First place Holstein senior 2-year-old and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 416. Pheasant Echoes Jagger Kite, exhibited by Blaine Edwards. Second is entry 414, Arbol Flowing Springs Hannon's Tracy. Third goes to entry 617, Knobview Luster Keisha, exhibited by Carly Now. And fourth to 417, Derwin Honor Freedom, exhibited by Michaela Durr. Our winning entry received an award sponsored by the Roderick family in memory of Arthur Roderick. Now ready for red and white senior 2s.
Let's give these Brown Swiss Junior exhibitors a round of applause. The 4 I pulled out are my 4 favorites of the day. We have the big spring calf, a calf that's could withstand quite a bit more competition. She's well grown, but she's correct, even though she's big. Then I pulled out the winter calf, not the biggest calf in the world, but a calf that's extremely angular, flat boned, correct in her rump structure. I pulled out the fall calf, another calf that really will be fun to watch headed down the road this fall, a calf that's She's extremely powerful in her front end. She's really wide between those front legs. Great set of feet and legs, square rump on this calf. Then I pulled the big junior yearling out, a heifer that's, you admire the length of body, the length of frame. Maybe want to just give her a little more rib, but a heifer that is extremely well grown and correct in her makeup. I'll go out and congratulate the junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. Please give them a round of applause. For me, this fall calf wins it pretty handily for me today. A calf with so much potential. She's big, she's long, she's correct. Great legs, a calf that's clean and refined. For me, the spring calf follows the pattern of her most closely. Just a lot of rib, a lot of calf right there, and a calf that moves around the ring extremely well. And she uses her openness and depth of rib to get over her junior yearling, which will be your honorable mention.
Congratulations to Annette Clougherty with their junior champion Brown Swiss, recipient of an award sponsored by the Maryland Brown Swiss Junior Association. Entry number 272, Woodbine Tank Snowdrop. Our reserve junior champion also receives an award sponsored by the Maryland Brown Swiss Junior Association, and that is entry 264, Locust Air Design Waffles, exhibited by Brenna Shamelin. And our best bred and owned junior animal is our honorable mention, entry 279, GS Tank Show Spunk, exhibited by Levi Pickett. We're now ready to select our junior champion Guernsey and reserve junior champion. Junior champion will receive an award sponsored by Walnut Ridge Farm, and reserve junior champion will receive an award sponsored by Crownstone Farm, the Schneblys.
Everybody.
Holstein senior threes, senior threes, and red and white senior threes. To ringside, please. You can bring them all. I think there's only one in most of the classes. Holstein and red and whites, bring your cattle, bring your milking animals to the ring, please.
In the senior 2-year-old red and white class, I think we've got 3 different types of cows that I think this is a preference type of class for me. And I'm going to give the edge to the cow that's got showing me the most width from the top to the base of her rear udder. She's wider and fuller and firmer at the top of her rear udder. She carries more uniform width to the base of her rear udder. Has a more pleasing teat size, shape, and placement on all 4 quarters. In addition, she's more tightly stitched on that forudder to that body wall and shows me a beautiful side profile to that frame. She's really flat out over that rump, straight in her lines, and that's her advantage over this really milky cow here we have in second. This beautiful dairy refined cow, I do give her that edge. She is cleaned off. She's much more open in that rib structure and has more drop to that fore and rear rib. And it is that overall cleanliness, femininity, angularity, and flatness to her bone that carries her over this big, powerful cow here in third. In addition, the second place cow just showing me a bit more milkiness, particularly a bit more cleft to that rear udder, particularly at the base of her rear udder attachment. In addition, this third place cow, I love the power and size and scale. She's so wide in that chest floor. She carries that width and power throughout her midsection and out through her rump. Just not quite the quality and milkiness of that mammary system to get around the others in the class today.
Congratulations to Vivian Malott with the winning senior 2-year-old in her red and white show, entry 565, Maryland Misty Meadow, R.E. Corabelle Red. Second, best bred and owned animal by exhibitor in class is entry 563, Derwin ASM Mischief Red, exhibited by Michaela Durr. And third goes to 564, Big Guns AN Zucchini Red, ET, exhibited by Alexis Arball. We're now going to turn the microphone over to Kelly Zepp for a scholarship presentation.
Morgan Osborne Watley is the 2025 recipient of the $5,000 Gene Yeager Agriculture Scholarship. Morgan grew up in Carroll County, being active in 4-H, FFA, serving as president in both clubs, and the Maryland Junior Jersey Cattle Club. Morgan participated in dairy judging on both the A and B teams and was the high individual in placings at the World Dairy Expo. She served as the Maryland Dairy Princess, Maryland Jersey Queen, and was a contestant for the National Jersey Queen Contest. Morgan has showed her jerseys at countless county, state, and national shows through her junior career. She has also been very active throughout her youth in dancing, ballet, and singing. Morgan is starting her senior year at Messiah University with a major in business and dance and a minor in international business. She has belonged to the dance team and Society of Women Engineers and just completed a semester abroad in New Zealand, where she studied sustainable agriculture and innovation abroad. During spring break there, she took the opportunity to travel to Australia during the World Jersey Cattle Bureau tours. After graduation, Morgan plans to get her master's and is looking forward to participating in Messiah's International Business School Summer Program, where during the course of 8 weeks, she will travel to as many as 8 different countries to observe their business culture. We thank Mr. Yeager for providing the scholarship and congratulate Morgan on the recipient this year.
Single entry here in our junior 3-year-old red and white class, and certainly a cow that could stand some additional competition. Again, a cow that's exceptionally straight in her line. She's tall at the point of withers, long from her muzzle to tail. She's straight and strong through that loin and out over that rump region. I love the openness to her rib structure, and she's got a beautiful mammary system along with that. She's got a high, wide rear udder. There's enough crease and seam, a beautiful teat size and shape. In addition, if there's anything I'd change about her, maybe just want to get her a little bit more length to that fore udder here today, but a tremendous cow to win the class.
First place junior 3-year-old in our red and white dairy show, entry 566, Berlin Analyst Z7 Red, exhibited by Lincoln Mongold, also bred and owned by exhibitor. Next class will be junior 3-year-old Holsteins. The winning entry receives an award sponsored by Kara Hutchison, the 2019 Eastern Shore Dairy Princess. Senior 3-year-old, I'm sorry. Our senior 3-year-old receives an award. We'll make Kara Hutchison sponsor for that one, since we need a sponsor and there's no junior 3s.
Again, just a single entry here in our junior 3-year-old Holstein class, but a cow you admire for that uphill run, that length to her frame. She's so long and upstanding in that front end. She carries that length through her through her barrel and over her rump structure. In addition, she's so super dairy and super refined and angular all the way throughout. Do appreciate her milkiness to that mammary system, her strength to that cleft, correctness to that teat size and shape. Anything I'd change, just want to lengthen out that forward, give her a bit more balance on all 4 quarters, and give her a bit more bloom to that rear udder.
First place senior 3-year-old, entry 421, Ms. Borderview, select Izzy E.T., exhibited by Megan Brawning. Recipient of an award sponsored by Kara Hutchison, 2019 Eastern Shore Dairy Princess. Senior 3-year-old, Red and Whites.
Beth?
Following selection of our junior champion, we will need to select our best bred and owned junior animal, since none of our 4 finalists are bred by exhibitor. If you are a bred and owned, I would ask that you stay in the ring. Any bred and owned animals on the rail, please stay in the ring, otherwise you may leave.
Again, another round of applause for our Guernsey juniors out here. Pulled the first place spring calf out, the only calf in the class, but a calf that's extremely upstanding. She's long. Calf that maybe want to just clean her up a little bit over the rump, but extremely correct legged heifer. Pulled out the fall calf. A calf that's extremely balanced. She's open, she's wide, back through those pins. Another calf that's up on those toes. I love the shortness of pasture in a calf that's has her thurls up underneath and her push forward and has her legs up underneath her. Then we pulled out the spring yearling, extremely long-bodied calf from nose to tail, extremely correct back through the rump, a calf that walks on a great set of feet and legs. Then I pulled out the big yearling here, super open, really refined heifer, a heifer that's getting ready to calve here later on this fall, and still that sharp and angular, and a heifer you'd just admire the sweep to the rib. I'll congratulate the junior, reserve, honorable mention in that order. For junior champion, we're going to go with this spring yearling, a heifer. You just admire the length of frame, and just a very balanced, correct heifer, heifer that moves well. She uses that dairiness and just a little more stretch from end to end over our fall calf, which will be your honorable mention. The fall calf gets over the big yearling just a little stronger over the top, holds herself together a little nicer in that front end than the big yearling, which will be your honorable mention.
Congratulations to Andrew Kimball with our winning spring yearling, who's also our junior champion, entry 311, TQDJ Top Notch ETV, recipient of the award sponsored by Walnut Ridge Farm. Reserve junior champion is our winning fall calf entry, 305, Walnut Ridge Bam Mary Kate, exhibited by Bryce Hausler, recipient of an award sponsored by Crownstone Farm. We're now selecting our best bred and owned animal. Honorable mention goes to 316 Gladheart McAlley ET, exhibited by Peyton Kristanovich, the winning fall yearling.
Well, back down here in our red and white show, we've got a single entry in the senior 3-year-old class, and man, could she use some additional competition. You get behind this cow, she's got a tremendous rear udder, and then just beautiful fore udder attachment to go along with it. She's got a high, wide, beautiful, firm, full rear udder attachment that just translates into so much bloom and capacity all the way through that mammary system. Along with that, you appreciate and admire this beautiful dairy frame about her. She's straight and strong over that top line, a tremendous amount of drape and drop to that fore and rear rib. Anything I'd change about this cow, maybe just give her a bit more heart, a bit more chest to her, but a tremendous individual to win the class.
Winning senior 3-year-old is 569 Savagely Dottie Red, exhibited by Andy Welsh. Now ready for our 4-year-old Holstein. The winning 4-year-old receives an award sponsored by Strawberry Hill Farm, the Shenning family. Our best bred and owned Guernsey junior animal has been selected. It is entry 299, GR Anovadale's JD Hocus Pocus, exhibited by Andy Kristanovich. Congratulations. Now ready to select junior champion of our Jersey show. Junior champion will receive an award sponsored by Spring Valley Farm, Wayne and Allen Stiles. The reserve junior champion receives an award sponsored by Edgewood Farm, Harold and Martha Clark. Best bred and owned junior female will receive an award sponsored by the Dinkle family.
Again, single entry 4-year-old cow here, but in our Holstein, black and white Holstein show, but certainly one that could stand some additional competition. You love the dairy strength and the dairy frame on this individual. Beautiful drop to that openness to that fore and rear rib structure, that drop to her flank, and just wears a beautiful mammary system to go along with it. You love the tightness to her fore attachment, the correctness to that teat placement, levelness on the udder floor. In addition, would like to see her just a bit tighter at the point of her rear udder attachment, but she's a third calf 4-year-old here, and drop to that tail head setting just a bit, but super dairy refined individual to win the class.
First place 4-year-old, entry 422, Peace and Plenty, SK Juby 37 ET, exhibited by Bristol Earhart, recipient of an award sponsored by Strawberry Hill Farm, the Shenning family.
Assuming we have no 4-year-old red and white.
We're now going to show our Holstein age cow. The winning age cow receives an award sponsored by Misty Meadow Farm Creamery. Red and white and Holstein exhibitors will need your first and second place milking age female winners for senior champion and have our junior and reserve junior champion on deck.
Single entry age cow here, and this cow is just one that just spells dairy strength. You love the width and power through the front end that translates into that expansive midsection. She got so much openness and sweep to that fore and rear rib structure. She's so expansive through that barrel, and she carries a beautiful mammary system along with that. A long, tight foreudder, beautiful cleft to that rear udder, through that rear udder, lovely balance to all four quarters. Anything I'd change about her, maybe just give her a bit more width at the top of her rear udder, a bit more bloom and capacity to that rear udder.
Winning age cow in the Holstein show is entry number 619, Knobview King Doc Kiwi ET, exhibited by Carly Now, a recipient of an award sponsored by Misty Meadows Farm Creamery. The final milking class before selection of senior and grand champion is our red and white age cows, 4 years and older. Red and white sponsors include Oakland View Farms, CJ and Tanya Miller, Pheasant Echoes, Locust Air, Dan and Crystal Edwards, Matt Hallbaker, Chris and Jen Hill, the Kaiser family, Roger and Loretta Wright, the Burrow family, Crystal and Gary Dell, Gary and Maureen Brawning, Brad and Sheila Garst, Cold Springs Farm, the Mongolds, Arbol Flowing Springs, the Pickett family, Savage Lee, Misty Meadow Creamery, Dr. Nancy Powell, Taylorsville Vet, Mid-Maryland Dairy Vets, Reef Snyder's Farm Supply, Rise Above Genetics, Woodbine Farms, and Kimbleway. B2. Following Jersey Junior Champion, we have one milking fall yearling amongst all our breeds in the East Ring, and that is a Jersey. So we'll go to Jersey milking fall yearlings following this class.
I'm sorry, you told me one B2?
In our red and white show here, 2 exceptional individuals here in our 4-year-old cow class, but this first place cow just overwhelms our second place cow in that quality and mammary system. She's so much wider in that rear udder. She shows more blooming capacity, more turn at the top of her rear udder attachment. She's fuller and firmer at the top of that rear udder and shows more balance in all 4 quarters. She's more nearly level and shows less quartering between all 4 quarters and more length to that forward attachment. In addition, she is a bit stronger and more powerful through that front end, and that translates through more expansion through that midsection. However, I will grant that our second place cow is showing more refinement and femininity through that front end. She's cleaner and sharper through that head and neck, sharp at the point of withers, more chiseled over her hooks, thrills, and pins. Just not quite the quality of mammary system to get around that first place cow today.
Our winning age cow in the red and white show is, and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 570, Pheasant Echoes Analyst Millie Red, exhibited by Jared Edwards. Second goes to 571, Sandhaven Altitude Lacey Red, exhibited by Julie Browning. We'll now select our senior champion Holstein and best bred and owned senior animal. The senior champion will receive an award sponsored by Maryland Carrollton Holsteins, Roger and Loretta Wright, in memory of Lillian and Henry Muller. The reserve senior champion receives an award sponsored by Peace and Plenty Farm, Gus and Lisa Schwartzbeck, and our senior best bred and owned animal will receive an award sponsored by Peace and Plenty Farm, Joe and Nona Schwartzbeck.
One more round of applause for our Jersey junior exhibitors. 4 exceptional animals out here. Pulled out the spring calf, a calf that you love. You get behind her. There's just a lot of width, a lot of spring to that rib, a lot of calf already for just a young calf. In addition, she's straight over the top. She's correct in those feet and legs. Really clean cut, refined leg to her. Then you get to the winter calf, a calf that's made a lot like her, maybe even just a little cleaner than the spring calf. A calf that you love the squareness of the rump on her, the flat bone down through that leg. Then you have our spring yearling, a heifer that I think could withstand some more competition, a heifer that's wide up between those front legs, a heifer that moves around the ring well, extremely hard topped, great rump on her. Then you get back to the winter yearling, a heifer that's made a lot like her, even just a touch longer. Not quite as good on the legs as the summer yearling, or the spring yearling, but a heifer that's, you admire the length of frame, the length from hooks to pins on her. I'll go congratulate your champions, junior, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. For junior champion, this winter calf wins it pretty easy for me. A heifer that's so extreme in her makeup. She's so clean, she's so dairy, but she's well grown, she's correct. A heifer that's extremely balanced from end to end. We'll follow with this summer yearling, a heifer that's just a touch longer from end to end than our spring calf. Taking nothing away from the spring calf, she's got a big future ahead of her as well. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Chandler Story with the junior champion of our Jersey show, entry 444, SVVIP Henna, recipient of an award sponsored by Spring Valley Farm, Wayne and Allen Stiles. Our reserve junior champion is our winning spring yearling, entry number 478, Glamour View Chocolatier Madden, exhibited by Allison Rolls. She receives an award sponsored by Edgewood Farm, Harold and Martha Clark. Honorable mention and best bred and owned junior animal is our first place spring heifer calf, entry number 435, Pheasant Echoes Choco Chip Vivica, exhibited by Raylan Stamball. She will receive an award for best bred and owned junior female, sponsored by the Dinkle family. Jersey Milking Fall Yearling. Jersey Milking Fall Yearling is our next class, to be followed by Ayrshire Junior 2s. Okay. Bristol and Garlic. Yeah.
Well, let's once again give these Holstein exhibitors a round of applause out here. We brought our three contenders that I've selected for our senior champion out here. We've got our first place junior 3-year-old, our first place 4-year-old, and then our first place age cow out here. And I think while maybe it wasn't the biggest show in the world, you certainly appreciate these three cows for their extreme quality. You love the strength and power of this 3-year-old cow, the youthfulness of that mammary system that she wears, the tightness of that forwarder attachment. And you get behind the cow, this cow, and she just translates that width through her rump region and down through her mammary system with a huge amount of curve and bloom and capacity of that rear udder. Then we move to our 4-year-old cow, a cow that's had 3 calves, beautiful venation all throughout this mammary system. She just spells milk for you. She's beautiful rib structure on this animal, extreme refinement and femininity throughout. And then following along with this age cow, I appreciate this cow for her extreme dairy strength. If you look up dairy strength on that scorecard, she's going to hit all those points. You love the front end on this individual, that sweeping openness to that rib structure and through her barrel. And while she's had 4 calves, she wears a beautiful mammary system that's held high enough above that hock with a lot of capacity and correctness. I'm going to go out and select my senior champion, reserve senior champion, then honorable mention, give a few comments after that. Gonna edge with this 4-year-old cow here again, just showing me a bit more crispness to her today. She's just cleaner, more angular, sharper at that point of withers, trimmer about that hooks, thurls, and pins, and more curving in her thigh, and just showing a bit more apparent quality of that mammary system as compared to our 3-year-old cow. Taking nothing away from our 3-year-old cow. I want to see this cow freshen again. I think she could really push this 4-year-old cow quite a bit, but just not quite the femininity or the refinement that I'm seeing in my 4-year-old cow today. And then again, taking nothing away from this age cow, she stood the test of time, just not quite the youthfulness and quality of that mammary system to get around the other 2 in the class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Bristol Earhart with entry 422, Peace and Plenty SKGB 37 ET. She is our senior champion, recipient of an award sponsored by Marilyn Carrollton in memory of Lillian and Henry Muller. Reserve senior champion is entry number 416. Also our best animal bred and owned by exhibitor. Pheasant Echoes Jagger Kite, exhibited by Blaine Edwards. Reserve senior champion, best bred and owned, recipient of an award sponsored by Peace and Plenty Farm Joe and Nona Schwartzbeck as best bred and owned, and an award by Peace and Plenty Gus and Lisa Schwartzbeck as reserve senior champion. Need our junior and reserve junior champion Holstein, please.
Just one milking yearling starting out our Jersey show today, but a cow that's fresh here, mid-July, cow that you admire the way she's coming along right away, or already. A cow that's extremely tight in her mammary attachments, and a cow that's only going to get better with a few more days under her belt.
First prize milking fall yearling in the Jersey show is 485 Locust Air Victorious Hot Sauce, exhibited by Madison Matthias, recipient of an award sponsored by Edgewood Farm Herald and Martha Clark. Ayrshire Junior 2s into the ring. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by Royal Crown Ayrshires, the Gerhardt family. In our West Ring, we are now selecting the senior champion of the Red and White show and best bred and owned senior individual. Junior champion Holstein, junior champion Red and Whites and reserves. We need you at ringside for selection of grand champion. Second call.
Starting your milking classes in your Ayrshire show, we have two junior 2-year-olds here. I'm giving the advantage to the first place cow just on the mammary system, just being a lot more youthful in the mammary system, just tighter in the attachments, particularly that forudder attachment. Two cows, both just fresh here in midsummer. A really nice uddered cow on the first place cow.
Winning junior 2-year-old is entry 251, Palmyra Reynolds Gin, exhibited by Kylie Little, recipient of an award sponsored by Royal Crown Ayrshires, the Gerhardt family. Second and best bred animal by exhibitor is entry 253, Val's Pride Roar Rookie, exhibited by Gavin Valentine. Now ready for Brown Swiss junior 2s. Winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Dialed In Dairy, Jenna and Andrew Lenhart. Guernsey Junior 2-year-olds to the ring. Guernsey Junior 2-year-olds to the ring, please.
People will stop trying to get me a job. I'm fine.
In a brown Swiss show, two junior twos here. We're starting the cow. The first place is cow's just fresh here, 3 weeks. I told the young lady time is going to be this cow's friend. A cow that just shows more bloom to the rear udder, a little more climb to the top of the rear udder than the cow here in second.
Brown Swiss Junior 2 results. First is entry 285, Corlin Rampage Santeria, exhibited by Courtney Bell, recipient of an award sponsored by Dialed In Dairy, Jenna and Andrew Lenhart. Second and best bred animal by exhibitor is entry 615, Knobview Foremost Harper, exhibited by Carly Now. Now ready for Guernsey Junior 2s. The winning Guernsey Junior 2-year-old will receive an award sponsored by Mark and Aaron Kristanovich.
Let's give these exhibitors again another round of applause for our red and white show here. Brought out our milking yearling, our junior 3-year-old, our senior 3-year-old, and then our 4-year-old cow out here. I think each of these cows have an extremely bright future ahead of them. I love this milking yearling. I think give her some time to body down, get a little bit more bloom underneath that mammary system. She's going to be a real contender. And then I love this junior 3-year-old cow. She's maybe not the flashiest cow out here in the world, but she certainly has a beautiful rear udder. There's a lovely turn and curvature to that rear udder attachment, and just really flat. and straighten all of her lines. Then we moved our senior 3-year-old out here. Talked about her in class. She's big. She's long from end to end, got a tremendous amount of bloom and capacity of that mammary system, and just a really refined, clean bone to her. Then we round out here with our third calf, 4-year-old, again, a cow that just exemplifies a beautiful mammary system. You love the venation all over that udder, the width on her udder, the levelness on her udder floor, as well as that strength and power that she carries throughout. I'm going to go out here and congratulate my senior and reserve senior champion, then my honorable mention in that order, and then I'll come back and provide some comments.
In our Guernsey ring, just 2 individuals out here in our junior 2-year-old class. So starting with the cow with the wears the best mammary system in the class, just a little higher and wider in that rear udder. She has her front teats tucked in a little nicer than the cow here in second. Cow in second, I will grant, a little neater about the tail head setting.
Well, it's probably no secret. This may have been the toughest class of the day for me. I think these 2 cows, these older cows, the senior 3-year-old and the 4-year-old cow, there are things that you love about each of these cows. But I'm going to give the edge to our 4-year-old cow. One more calf, a bit more youthfulness to that udder, far more balance on that udder floor, more balance through all 4 quarters, just more nearly level on that udder floor as well, and shows me a tremendous amount more strength and width through that front end, more width between her front feet, more width of chest, more depth of heart, just more power all the way through, taking nothing away from the refinement and femininity of this 3-year-old cow. She's so much cleaner through that head and neck, just more refined through that bone structure, but just not quite the overall quality of that mammary system that I like to see to get around this 4-year-old cow. Then I think this milking yearling, again, pretty excited to see how she continues to develop and blossom in the future. Just not quite enough of her today to get around these 2 beautiful mammary system cows. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jarrett Edwards, entry number 570. Pheasant Echoes Analyst Millie Red. She is our senior champion and also best animal bred and owned by exhibitor in the senior division. Receives an award sponsored by our red and white sponsors. Reserve senior champion goes to entry 569, Savagely Dottie Red, exhibited by Andy Welsh. Honorable mention to our milking fall yearling, entry 407, Pheasant Echo Tracy Red, exhibited by Raylan Stamball. Results of our Guernsey show. First place junior 2-year-old, entry 318, Novadale's El Rebel, recipient of an award sponsored by Mark and Aaron Kristanovich. Second goes to entry 319, Walnut Ridge Doc Darla. Now in the ring are our Jersey junior 2-year-olds. Winning entry will receive an award sponsored by the Dinkle family. I'd like to recognize our sponsors for the banners for our champions of the dairy show. Previously determined, our grand champion Milking Shorthorn received a banner sponsored by Shetron Auction and Equipment LLC.
It's just one formality, but we did bring our heifers back out here for contention for grand champion of the red show. And while I think each of these heifers are pretty spectacular, we're going to stick with our cows for grand and reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jared Edwards with the grand champion of our red and white show, Pheasant Echoes Analyst Millie Red, and our reserve grand first place senior 3, entry 569, Savagely Dottie Red for Andy Welsh. Jared will receive a banner sponsored by Pheasant Echoes for the grand champion of our red and white show. Holstein heifers over there? I see one of them. Bless you. We will now select the grand champion of our Holstein show, I believe. We have our heifers available.
And again, just a formality here, but we did bring our junior and reserve junior champion out here for contention for grand champion. And while I love these two heifers and their uniformity and style and balance, just going to obviously going to win out here with those two beautiful milk cows. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champion, entry 422, Peace and Plenty SKGB 37 ET for Bristol Earhart. Reserve grand is our also best bred and owned animal, entry 416, Pheasant Echoes Jagger Kite, exhibited by Blaine Edwards. The grand champion will receive a banner sponsored by Cold Springs Farm. There's your senior twos. There's your senior twos to ringside.
Nice class of Jersey junior 2-year-olds here. I started the cow with the cow that wears the best mammary in the class. She's high, she's wide, just a lot of quality in that mammary system. I prefer the strength of median suspensory ligament and just the levelness of the udder floor over the big cow in second. Cow in second, I will grant, is a little stronger in her foot angle, just not quite the quality down through that seam as the first place cow. Second over third, big advantage in frame. She's taller, she's longer, a cow that wears a beautiful mammary system, even though she's getting a little full today. Third over fourth, just more climb to the top of that rear udder. Third place cows just a little more balanced in her frame, a little more rib, a little more power up through that front end. Then the dairy cow here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just prefer the teat size and teat shape and teat placement over the cow in fifth.
First place junior 2-year-old is entry number 492, Grand Slam Magician Apple Friet, exhibited by Lily Hutchison. Second is entry number 491. Oh, she receives an award sponsored by the Dinkle family. Second is entry 491. Locust Air Canadian Club Voodoo, exhibited by Brenna Shamelin. Third and best bred and owned is entry number 621. Naview Chocolatier S. May, exhibited by Carly Now. Fourth goes to 489. Sandhaven Ferdinand Lola, exhibited by Emily Sanders. And fifth to 504, Glenview Maestra Adrian, exhibited by Matthew Leather. Next class is senior 2-year-old Ayrshires. The winning entry receives an award sponsored by Lenno Farm, Denny and Sherry Lenhart. Jersey Senior 2s, you will be next. Jersey Senior 2s will be next. We have no Brown Swiss or Guernsey Senior 2s. Jersey Senior 2s. In our Holstein ring, we are completing our show with our Produce of Dam class. Dam and daughter, I'm sorry.
Two entries here in our dam and daughter class, and we've got our reserve and our honorable mention grand champions out here, as well as their respective calves that did exceptionally well in their classes. Just going to give the edge again to that quality of mammary system and a heifer that placed just a little bit more competitively in her class today to edge out this age cow and her beautiful calf as well. Love the transmission of beautiful traits that they've both got out here, and just giving that advantage to the youthfulness of the first place group.
Edwards and Carly Now, I guess. Our dam and daughter class, the winning entry receives an award from Maryland Westview Genetics, Matt and Laura Yeager, and that is Blaine Edwards. Second goes to Carly Now. Produce of Dam, or do we have a dam and daughter red and whites? We got dam and daughter red and whites. Go for it.
New Ayrshire ring, two senior 2s. I'm giving it the advantage of the first place cow, just being a little fresher, a little crisper today from end to end. Just shows more bloom, taking nothing away from the second place cow. Cow's fresh in November, getting ready to go dry. I told the young man we're catching her at the wrong time, but the cow, you admire the frame on her. Just not the right stage today.
Senior 2-year-old winner in our Ayrshire show is entry 254, Vows Pride Reynolds Rocker, exhibited by Gavin Valentine, recipient of an award sponsored by Lenno Farm, Denny and Sherry Lenhart. Second best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 401, Maryland Mapledale Reynolds Dreamy, exhibited by Michael Patrick. Senior 2-year-old jerseys are next. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by Cumberland Valley Analytical Services, Ralph Ward. We're now selecting our dam and daughter winners, placing that group in our red and white show.
Just a single entry in your Jersey Senior 2, a cow that's been fresh a little while, fresh since January, but a cow that's still, you admire the bloom, the width to that rear udder. A cow that's long in her fore udder attachment shows a lot of quality today.
Winning entry is entry 494 Double Shot V Snazzy ET, exhibited by Piper DeBall. She receives an award sponsored by Cumberland Valley Analytical Services. Ayrshire Junior 3.
In our dam and daughter class here, 4 really nice groups, again, kind of mixed and matched, and I'm going to win out with our grand champion cow and our second place and first bred and own in the show out here today. I think these 2 individuals, looking forward to seeing how this calf continues to develop, if she's anything like her dam. And then following then with a similarly made group, calves, or a calf that's really blends super smoothly all the way through her parts. Maybe not the biggest calf in the world, but the dam on here has a beautiful mammary system, high and wide rear udder when she was full of milk. Just a tremendous cow, and set to follow our first place group. Then just using that overall quality of mammary system, as well as just uniformity through their frames to carry them over the group here in third. Then third over fourth for that youthfulness and dairy refinement throughout. This fourth place group really like both of these individuals respectively. Just need to see the cow just a bit cleaner, a little bit milkier for me today to get around the others in the class.
Results of the dam and daughter class in the red and white show. First is Blaine Edwards, added entry. Second to Vivian Malott. Third to Julie Browning. Fourth to Emma Hutchison. Would also like to remind you our grand champions, junior best bred and owned, senior best bred and owned will compete for supreme champion at the conclusion of our regular classes of the show. Selection of our grand champions down in the east end of the ring in our group classes, so don't milk your champion cow out yet.
Just one produce a dam here in our red and white show, and certainly our reserve grand champion, and then a heifer calf that placed really well in her class as well today. Just a tremendous group of 2, or there's such a tremendous pair of individuals in their own right. I love their refinement, their femininity throughout, their flatness to that bone, and if this calf puts on a mammary system like her her sister here, I think it could be a pretty exciting calf to watch in the future. Congratulations.
First place produce a dam in a red and white show goes to Andy Welsh.
In our Ayrshire ring, a single entry in your Junior 3, a cow that's fresh here in June with her second calf, a cow that certainly needs some more competition. You love the balance from end to end, great mammary system, great feet and legs, a cow that's will be fun to watch headed down the road this fall.
Winning junior 3-year-old in our Ayrshire show, recipient of an award sponsored by the Campanari family, is entry number 255, Steelfire Viking Kathy, exhibited by Kylie Little. Brown Swiss Junior 3s. Brown Swiss Junior 3s. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by Cletus and Janice Fry at Windy Springs Farm.
Another single entry in your Brown Swiss show. Junior 3, fresh here in March. A cow that's milking extremely well. A cow that you love the strength, the attachments, the length of the fore udder. Maybe you want to change the foot angle just a little bit on this cow, but a really beautiful uddered young cow.
First prize junior 3-year-old recipient of an award sponsored by Cletus and Janice Fry, Windy Springs Farm, is entry 288, Radical R Show Off OCS, exhibited by Levi Pickett. Next class is Jersey Junior 3-year-olds. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Caldale Farm, Wayne and Jean Fender. There's your senior 3s to the ring. In fact, why don't we bring them all? If you got any milk cows left, bring them down. We're about to that point.
Junior, yeah, do your junior bred name, junior champion, because a lot of them be the same. Then senior bred name, senior. I don't think so. Well, it's kind of anticlimactic. We told him about 3 o'clock though. That's kind of what we said. So we won't be too far off. Well, we're okay up here. I need a fix. Busted. Needed a fix. It's kind of a goat roping from here on in. Bruises. Okay. Okay. What you mean? Yep. We should take a little break in, 'cause I'm getting angry. We ought to give them a chance to regroup. I need something to eat. I know. Cheeseburger chips.
three nice junior threes out here in your Jersey show. We're starting out with the cow that wears the best mammary system in the class. She gets over the second place cow. She's just a little deeper in the seam, a little fuller in that forudder, just a little nicer in those rear teat, that rear teat placement over the balanced cow coming out in second. Cow in second, you love the mammary system, the youthfulness, the snugness of attachments, and she uses that youthfulness of mammary system to get over the big cow in third. Cow in third, a powerhouse of a cow, looks like she makes a lot of milk, just not quite as youthful looking as the two above her.
First place junior 3, winner of an award sponsored by Cowdale Farm, Wayne and Jean Fender, is entry number 497 Earhart Ferdinand Juniper, exhibited by Bristol Earhart. Second and best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 495 T-Fall Kid Rock One Lucky Lady, exhibited by Noah Utterback. Third is 496 Sandhaven Canadian Club Lyric.
Got Asher senior threes or Asher 4-year-old? Senior three.
Now in the ring we have our Ayrshire senior 3-year-olds. The winning entry receives an award sponsored by Bob and Madeline Valentine.
Jersey.
Single entry in your Ayrshire 4-year-old class. Excuse me, a cow that's been milking a little while. Cow you admire the straightness, the hardness over the top, the straightness. A cow that's walking correctly on those rear legs.
Winning senior 3 is entry 256 Quietness Dixon Higgins, exhibited by Patrick Waltmeyer, recipient of an award provided by Robert and Madeline Valentine. Jersey senior 3s are next. Winning entry receives an award in memory of Tracy Stiles, sponsored by Shenandoah Jerseys. Next class will be Guernsey 4-year-olds. Is that right, Beth?
Your senior 3-year-olds, just 3 out here. All 3 of them have had 2 calves. I'm starting out with a cow that's just a little snugger in her mammary attachment. She's a little longer in that fore udder. You get back to the rear udder, just a little tighter right at the top of the rear udder than the dairy cow coming out in second. Second one over third, just more bloom capacity, just a little fresher looking today than the cow coming out here in third.
First place, senior 3-year-old in our Jersey Show, entry 500, Klondale Metallica Juniper, exhibited by Julie Brawning, recipient of an award in memory of Tracy Stiles, provided by Shenandoah Jerseys. Second is entry 498, MFW Ferdinand Blackberry, exhibited by Margaret Mason. Third goes to 499, MMJ Magic Matilda P, exhibited by Matthew Leather. Now in the ring are Ayrshire 4-year-olds. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by Amanda and Bryce Dennis. I'm sorry, we're in the Guernseys. We don't have any more Ayrshires. Guernsey age cows 4 and over. The winning entry receives an award sponsored by Mark and Aaron Kristanovich.
Single entry in your Guernsey 4-year-old calf class. Cow that's calved here in February. Cow that you admire the strength, the power up through the front end. A cow that's getting a little long in her lactation, but a cow still looks like she's giving some milk.
First place in our Guernsey age cow 4 years and over class is entry 321, Morningstar L. Kirsten J, exhibited by Peyton Kristanovich, recipient of an award sponsored by Mark and Aaron Kristanovich. Now in the ring are Jersey 4-year-olds. Winning entry receives an award sponsored by ALH Word and Image, LLC. We're done, right? The champion now? We will next select our Ayrshire Senior and Grand Champion. First and second prize winners in our milking age female classes, please bring your animals to the ring. Ayrshire first and second prize winners, along with junior and reserve junior champion.
We had some up there at work. Yeah, like 10 minutes.
In your 4-year-old class, 2 cows, both in different stages of lactation. The cow I'm starting out with, she just had 2 calves, milking 16 months, but a cow that's extremely dairy. She's extremely clean yet extremely bloomy for milking that long. She gets over the second place cow who has had 3 calves just in the strength of the attachments, particularly the top of that rear udder. She's a little longer, smoother in that fore udder, stitched a little nicer into that body wall. I also prefer the strength of the loin of the first place cow over the second place cow.
First place 4-year-old Jersey, recipient of awards sponsored by ALH Word and Image LLC, is entry 505 Earhart LOL Show Up ET, exhibited by Bristol Earhart. Second goes to entry 622, also best bred and owned animal by exhibitor, Knob View Kid Rock Summer, exhibited by Carly Now. We're now ready to select our Ayrshire Senior and Grand Champion. The Senior Champion will receive an award sponsored by Steelfire Farm, the Winkler family, in memory of Kathy Patrick Bynes. Also, the Senior Champion will receive a cash award of $750 sponsored by Steelfire Farm in honor of David Patrick and memory of Jimmy Patrick. Reserve Senior Champion receives an award sponsored by Glamourview Farm and Creamery. Also a $500 cash award provided by Steelfire Farm in memory of Jimmy Patrick and in honor of David Patrick. And our senior best bred and owned female will receive an award sponsored by the Utterback family.
For senior champion of Ayrshire, I'm not going to pull anybody out. There's only 6 out here in contention. A nice group, not a big show, but a nice show. So I'll go out and congratulate the senior champion, reserve, honorable mention in that order, and then I'll give my results. For senior champion, it's a pretty easy winner in this 3-year-old, junior 3-year-old, a cow that's on the money today, a cow that's extremely balanced in her frame, beautiful mammary system, a cow that moves around the ring with a lot of ease. For reserve, I'm going to go with the junior 2-year-old up at the end, cow that you love the mammary system. It's high, it's wide. Long forudder, a cow with a lot of veins, a lot of quality to that mammary system. She fits in nicely for that reserve. For honorable mention, we're going to go with our first place senior 2-year-old.
Did we get our bred and owned out of there? It would have been either second place junior 2 or second place senior 2. Junior 2, okay.
And 3-year-old, senior 3, junior 3 is senior champion.
Kylie, your junior 3 is senior champion, right? Thank you. Senior champion is 255 Steelfire Viking Kathy, exhibited by Kylie Little, recipient of an award sponsored by Steelfire Farm, the Winkler family, in memory of Kathy Patrick Bynes, as well as a $750 cash award also provided by the Winklers in honor of David Patrick in memory of Jimmy. Reserve senior champion also goes to Kylie Little with the junior 2-year-old Palmyra Reynolds Gin, entry number 251, recipient of an award sponsored by Glamour View Creamery, and also a $500 cash award provided by Steelfire Farm, the Winkler family, in honor of David Patrick in memory of Jimmy Patrick at Mapledale Farm. And your honorable mention is the winning senior 2, Gavin Valentine's Vows Pride Reynolds Rocker. Our best bred and owned senior female, recipient of an award sponsored by the Utterback family, is entry 253, Vows Pride Roar Rookie, exhibited by Gavin Valentine. Now ready to select senior and reserve senior champion and grand of the Brown Swiss Show. Our Ayrshire Grand Champion received a banner sponsored by Steelfire Farm. We have our brown Swiss. You can begin to bring them into the ring.
Let's give these brown Swiss exhibitors a round of applause. Just 3 out here in contention for senior champion. We have 2 junior 2-year-olds, a first place junior 2-year-old, just 3 weeks fresh, a cow that's well on our way to being pretty special with a few more days under her belt. Second place junior 2-year-old, a cow. You love the mammary system, all the veins and the quality to the mammary system. Then we get down here to our junior 3-year-old, a cow that's been fresh since March, but a cow that's milking well, a cow that's still extremely angular. And it's close for me, but I'm going to go with our junior 3-year-old. I feel she's just a little more ready today, just shows a little more quality to the mammary system over our first place junior 2, which will be your reserve honorable mention on your second place junior 2.
Congratulations to our senior champion, Radical R. Show-Off OCS, our winning junior 3-year-old for Levi Pickett. And our reserve senior champion is entry 285, Corlin Rampage Santeria, exhibited by Courtney Bell. And our best bred and owned senior animal is our second place junior 2-year-old, Knobview Foremost Harper, exhibited by Carly Now.
We brought our junior champions back in. Really nice pair of heifers. I think heifers with a lot of potential, but we're going to stick with our senior champions for your grand champion of your Brown Swiss show today. Congratulations.
Congratulations once more to Levi Pickett with his first place junior 3, and to Courtney Bell with her reserve senior and reserve grand champion, Corlin Rampage Santeria. They will all receive awards sponsored by the Maryland Brown Swiss Junior Association. And our grand champion Swiss will receive a banner sponsored by Shetron Auction and Equipment.
Nope.
Following our photo session, we will select our senior, reserve senior, grand, and reserve grand Guernseys. The grand champion, the senior champion receives an award sponsored by Wayne Spurrier. Reserve senior champion receives an award sponsored by Cletus and Janice Fry. Our grand champion will receive an award in memory of Kathy Miller by Donna Messick. And the reserve grand champion will receive an award sponsored by the Howard Fleming family. Those of you who turned in your production papers, we have those results. Our total performance winner in the red and white show is entry 564, Big Guns AN Zucchini Red ET, exhibited by Alexis Arball. We have a purple ribbon for you. If you'd like to come get it. Our Jersey total performance winner is entry 498, MFW Ferdinand Blackberry, exhibited by Margaret Mason. And the runner-up is entry 496, Sandhaven Canadian Club Lyric, exhibited by Emily Sanders. We have ribbons for both of you ladies, if you'd like to come get them.
For Guernsey senior champion, once again, just 3 animals out here in contention. We have first and second place junior 2-year-olds, right? Junior 2-year-olds, and then we have the 4-year-old cow here. Nice representation of the breed. I'm just going to announce this from right here from the mic, but this junior 2-year-old is going to be your senior champion today. A cow that just shows a little more bloom to the rear udder over our 4-year-old, which will be your reserve. I love the strength of attachments, just the quality from end to end on this young cow, taking nothing away from the 4-year-old. Fresh a little bit longer. You love the power and strength in her. Just not quite as much bloom today as your young cow. Congratulations to our junior 2-year-old as your senior champion. Your 4-year-old is your reserve.
Congratulations to Leah Spurrier. Pretty good weekend, huh, Leah? With entry 318, Novadale's El Rebel. She is our senior champion, recipient of an award sponsored by Wayne Spurrier. Reserve, senior champion is our H cow. Entry 321, Morning Star L. Kirsten J, exhibited by Peyton Kristanovich, recipient of an award sponsored by Cletus and Janice Fry. And we will now select our grand and reserve grand champion, Guernsey.
We brought our junior champions back in here. Nice pair of heifers, but we're going to stick with our senior champions for grand and reserve. Grand champion on your 2-year-old, reserve on your 4-year-old.
Grand champion of our Guernsey show is a Novadale's El Rebel for Leah Spurrier, recipient of an award sponsored in memory of Kathy Miller by Donna Messick. And reserve grand goes to Morning Star L. Kirsten J, exhibited by Peyton Kristanovich, recipient of an award sponsored by the Howard Fleming family. The Guernsey grand champion receives a banner sponsored by Great Mills Trading Post Company. Jersey senior champion selection. Bring your first and second place Jersey milking age females into the ring, please. I don't know that I announced him yet. I didn't. The red and white didn't come get theirs. Oh, she did? Okay. Our Ayrshire Total Performance winner, recipient of a purple ribbon, champion ribbon, is entry 401, Marilyn Mapledale Reynolds Dreamy, exhibited by Michael Patrick. Michael, we have a ribbon for you. If you have the opportunity, stop by, or you can make Dave come get it. We will be selecting our senior champion from this group of first and second place class winners and reserve senior champion. Should have our junior champion and reserve junior champion at ringside, plus our group classes should be forming for Ayrshires, Brown Swiss, Guernseys, and Jerseys. And I would suggest we bring one breed in on one rail and one breed over on the other rail in the interest of time. We can use both ends of the ring if we need to bring all your group classes in. Ayrshires, if you have your, what's the first class? Dam and daughter? Ayrshire, if you want to bring your dam and daughter and produces up here, bring them in. If you got them. Bring them if you got them. Our Jersey Senior Champion will receive an award sponsored by Cumberland Valley Analytical Services, Ralph Ward. And the Reserve Senior Champion receives an award sponsored by MJ Farms, Jody Bell and family. Any group classes, Ayrshire, Brown Swiss, we're going to utilize the upper ring. Ayrshire, Brown Swiss, Jersey, group classes, unless you have an animal that's in the ring here being utilized.
Let's congratulate these Jersey exhibitors. This group brought out here for contention for senior champion. 4 tremendous cows pulled the first and second place. Junior 3-year-olds out. Cows that are made quite a bit alike. The first place cow, you love the mammary system. You love the strength of the attachments. You love that deep seam. Those teats are right in under. A cow that's been milking for 16 months and still extremely dairy and refined, sharp and angular. Second place cow, extremely balanced. She's welded on mammary system. You love the climb to the top of that rear udder. Sorry, this is the, got the wrong cow. This is the cow that's milking 16 months. I'll say the same thing about her. Extremely dairy for the milking that long. Then you get into our second place 4-year-old cow. A cow that's had one more calf, but a cow that's knows how to pay the bills. A cow that's got all the capacity, all the quality of that mammary system. For a senior champion, I'll go out and congratulate your senior champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention in that order. I ask you to receive them well. For senior champion, it's pretty easy for me in this junior 3, a cow that's just so balanced, so quality, so much quality from end to end. For reserve, we're going to come down to our 4-year-old, a cow that I think fits or follows the pattern in the mammary system, the length of frame, just an extremely balanced cow. And honorable mention, we're going to go to a second place 4-year-old cow, a cow that, like I said, knows how to milk, a cow that's had one more calf, but still has an extremely snug mammary system. Congratulations to our junior 3, senior champion, your first place 4-year-old on reserve.
Senior champion is our winning senior 3-year-old Earhart Ferdinand Juniper, exhibited by Bristol. Earhart, she receives an award provided by Cumberland Valley Analytical Services. Our reserve senior champion is the winning 4-year-old, entry number 505, Earhart LOL Show Up ET, exhibited by Bristol Earhart. Receives an award sponsored by MJ Double K Farms, the Jody Bell family. And our best bred and owned senior animal goes to entry 622, Knobview Kid Rock Summer, exhibited by Carly Now.
We're going to keep moving this along. Our senior or grand champion is going to be our grand and reserve will be our pair of cows. Love the calves, but you have cows to work with. It's pretty hard to deny these two.
Grand champion receives an award sponsored by the Utterback family, and that will be Earhart Ferdinand Juniper. Reserve grand receives an award sponsored by the Dinkle family, and that will be Earhart LOL Show Up ET, also exhibited by Bristol Earhart. Best bred and owned senior receives an award sponsored by Terry and Terry Fawley and family at T-Fall Farms, and that will be Carly Now. Bring your group classes in. It's free for all time. Attention in the barns, those of you competing in the Supreme Champion Drive, Supreme Champion competition, we will start that 5 minutes following the completion of our group classes. We'll give you some time while we're doing our group classes to get your animals ready, and we will call you. The order will be Junior Bred and Owned, Junior Champion, Senior Bred and Owned, Senior Champion. So heifers first, cows last. Will give us 5 minutes after we get our group classes done. We are organizing them right now. I will let you know when the group classes are done. Begin organizing in the loading dock end of the ring. Everybody will come in down there.
I think we have all of our dam and daughters out for all the breeds. So got one group of Ayrshires down here in front of me. We have the Grand Champion Ayrshire and an honorable mention, a nice pair of cows, or cow and heifer.
That belongs to Kylie Little. Receives an award sponsored by Bucky and Martha Clark and family. Congratulations, Kylie. So you got Dam and Daughter on the left and Produce on the right, I think. Is that what you got, Levi?
Just one Swiss group. We have a Dam and Daughter right in front of me, and both daughters out of the cow. She transmits well. So first place Dam and Daughter, and first place Produce of Dam.
Both of those belong to Levi Pickett. Dam and Daughter receives an award sponsored by MJ Double K Farm, the Jody Bell family. Guernsey group. We got one Guernsey group. Okay, we'll get the juries to come back to them.
Just two groups out here for Dam and Daughter, two Jersey groups. We're going to go with the group has the two milk cows. We have your honorable mention cow and another nice uddered young cow. Second place group will be the group here to my left.
You got that, Beth? Produce? Is that Produce or Dam and Daughter? Dam and Daughter, thank you. Is that Carly Now and Margaret Mason? Is that right? Then we have Produce next.
So for Produce of Dam with three groups out here, we're going to use the group to my right, has the two milk cows. Second place will be the group right in front of me. Third is the group to my left.
Is that yours, Carly? Third? At your group? Okay. So first goes to Emily Sanders, second to Noah or Emma? Noah Utterback. Third to Carly Now. Okay.
And here at the far ring, we just have one group of Guernseys for Dam and Daughter. They will be first place today.
They receive an award sponsored by the Maryland Guernsey Breeders Association. And that is Peyton Kristanovich. All right, we got about 5 minutes. Put your finishing touches on. Bring your Supreme Junior Champion, Supreme Junior Best Bred and Owned to the ring, please. All right, we need our heifers down to the loading dock end. Bred and owned junior champions. And put your last spit shine on your cows. They will be next. Before we start, I'd like to express our appreciation to all of our show staff who helped us move the show along today, our cattle superintendents, April, Beth, all of our folks up here at the desk, Miss Donna, who was on spot duty this week with some trying to be 3 places at one time. And our most important guy in the whole ring, Mr. Robert Coe. Thank you, Robert. He's busy doing something somewhere. I can guarantee you that. Thank you to all our exhibitors for your cooperation during the today and yesterday. It's always a hectic day. We appreciate everybody keeping your demeanor and remaining calm during the whole thing. We thank you very much for your cooperation and helping us get through this thing with a minimum of problems. April, are you going to take your picture first or are you going to take the picture last? Take the picture first. All right, why don't we bring our junior best bred and owned in the photo studio. If you have them all, Amy, bring them all in for a photo and then we will lead out from there.
And we also need to thank Mr. Denny. He has been here every day diligently since Wednesday, and he's the one who keeps the show running and everything moving smoothly.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, I'm tired. We're going to get a picture first, I think, Aim. Okay. While we're getting a picture ready over there. While we're getting our first picture ready, we'll take our picture, side-by-side picture before we start out. Today we had 99 exhibitors, and I wish we had one more. 99 exhibitors with 246 animals through the ring today. Congratulations. Sometimes it seems like 346. Our first Supreme Champion class is our All-Breed Junior Best Bred and Owned Award. The winning entry will receive an award sponsored by Peace and Plenty Farm, the Schwartzbeck family. Leading off, the Best Bred and Owned Junior Ayrshire is Val's Pride Reynolds El Diablo. exhibited by Gavin Valentine. She is a fall calf. Val's Pride Reynolds El Diablo for Gavin Valentine, best bred and owned junior Ayrshire. Our Brown Swiss show, the best bred and owned animal by exhibitor is entry 279, GS Tank Show Spunk, exhibited by Levi Pickett. She's our spring yearling. Best bred and owned junior Swiss, GS Tank Show Spunk, exhibited by Levi Pickett. Best bred and owned junior Guernsey is a fall calf, GR Novadale's JD Hocus Pocus, exhibited by Andy Kristanovich. GR Novadale's JD Hocus Pocus, exhibited by Andy Kristanovich, best bred and owned Guernsey, their fall calf. Best bred and owned junior Holstein, entry 383, Pheasant Echoes Jack's Timex, exhibited by Raylan Stamball. She was the winning summer yearling. Summer yearling, best bred and owned junior Holstein, Pheasant Echoes Jack's Timex for Raylan Stamball. Best bred and owned junior Jersey was a spring calf, is a spring calf, Pheasant Echoes Choco Chip Vivica, exhibited by Raylan Stamball, winning spring heifer calf. Pheasant Echoes Choco Chip Vivica for Raylan Stamball, best bred and owned junior Jersey. Best bred and owned junior milking shorthorn is a summer yearling, Maryland Misty Meadows Cyride Thea, exhibited by Jillian Malott. Summer yearling, best bred and owned milking shorthorn junior female, Maryland Misty Meadow Cyride Thea, exhibited by Jillian Malott. And her final entry in the competition, our red and white spring calf, Pheasant Echoes Historic Mildred Red, exhibited by Jared Edwards, selected as best bred and owned junior animal in our red and white show. Pheasant Echoes Historic Mildred Red for Jared Edwards. Our judges will select the winning entry. They will receive an award sponsored by Peace and Plenty Farm, the Schwartzbeck family. For those of you not with us earlier, I'd like to introduce our judges. Judging our Holsteins, red and whites, and milking shorthorns is Emily Iser-Stepp, a Maryland 4-H alumni, began through the dairy leasing program and was a member of the Maryland 4-H dairy judging team, winning high individual overall and reasons at World Dairy Expo and at the All-American Dairy Show contest. She received her BS in Animal Science from Penn State, a member of the Dairy Science Club, and a collegiate judging team that was first at the All-American Dairy Show, where she was again high individual in reasons. She also received a master's degree in dairy science from Virginia Tech. She continues to judge at shows, both youth and open, while coordinating the Maryland June State 4-H judging contest, officiating at World Dairy Expo 4-H contest, serving as the past coach Delaware Valley Collegiate Judging Team. She and her family maintain a small herd of 20 registered Holsteins and Brown Swiss under the Spots Pride prefix, housed at 2 different farms, one in Maryland and one in Pennsylvania, with Brown Swiss being recognized with recent All-American nominations. She is currently Senior Director of Industry Affairs with Fairlife and lives in Leesburg with her husband Cody and 2 daughters, Devin and Keegan. Michael Yoder judged our Ayrshire's Brown Swiss, Guernseys, and Jerseys. He and his wife Maria farm Dry House Farm in Belleville, Pennsylvania, where they milk 190 Jerseys and 190 Holsteins, and a few jerseys and Ayrshires. They farm along with their children, Natalie, Paul, Grant, and Cade. Michael and family exhibit on the local, state, and national level successfully with 11 All-American and Junior All-American nominations in 4 separate breeds, as well as numerous All-Pennsylvania awards. Michael and his family were selected in 2016 as the Pennsylvania Distinguished Young Breeders. He's also judged numerous shows all across the East. They will be selecting our Supreme Champions for us in consultation this afternoon.
For Supreme Bred and Owned, great representation of the breed out here, each of the breeds. For Emily and I, it comes down to 2 animals in particular. A lot of quality from end to end, but 2 animals sort their way for the top, and that's the Holstein and Ayrshire. For us, your Ayrshire is going to be your Supreme Bred and Owned. Just a little cleaner, a little longer through that head and neck, a little cleaner back through that rump region than the Holstein. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Gavin Valentine with Val's Pride Reynolds El Diablo, Supreme Junior Best Bred and Owned Animal at our Maryland State Fair 4-H show. Recipient of an award sponsored by Peace and Plenty Farm, the Schwartzbeck family.
So, any other champions of the best bred name are automatically out of the race? I don't think it was too many. Maybe a number short.
Our next class will be our All-Breed Juniors Champion Supreme Award. The Supreme Junior Champion winner will receive the J. Lee Majeski Memorial Award, sponsored by Mapledale Farm and the Patrick family. One of our award sponsors is sitting directly across from me, the young man with the Sire Power hat on. David's been here for a few years, either back in the barns or out here in the bleachers. David, it's always glad to have you here. David and Ann Patrick, Mapledale Farms.
Thank you, David.
Where's my ribbon? We're now ready to select our Supreme Junior Champion female of our 4-H show. Leading off, the Ayrshire breed, you may have heard of her before, Val's Pride Reynolds El Diablo. Junior Champion of the Ayrshire show for Gavin Valentine, Val's Pride Reynolds El Diablo. Junior Champion Ayrshire. Junior Champion Swiss, Woodbine Tank Snowdrop, the winning fall calf for Annette Clougherty. In her Brown Swiss show, Woodbine Tank Snowdrop for Annette Clougherty. Our Guernsey Junior Champion was our winning spring yearling TQDJ Top Notch ETV, exhibited by Andrew Kimball, Ridgely, Maryland. Junior Champion Guernsey, TQDJ Top Notch ETV for Andrew Kimball. Junior Champion of our Holstein show was the winning fall heifer calf Woodbine Bullseye Cancun, exhibited by Daniel Clougherty, Easton, Maryland. Woodbine Bullseye Cancun Junior Champion Holstein for Daniel Clougherty. Our Jersey Junior Champion is our winning winter heifer calf, SV VIP Henna, exhibited by Chandler Story, first place winter calf. For Chandler Story, Union Bridge, Maryland, SV VIP Henna. Junior Champion of our Milking Shorthorn show is the first prize winter yearling, Walnut Ridge LS Trekker P, exhibited by Haley Jarvis, Woodsboro, Maryland. Junior Champion Milking Shorthorn, Walnut Ridge LS Trekker P for Haley Jarvis. Red and White Junior Champion was our first prize summer yearling, Pheasant Echoes Alpha Trump Red, exhibited by Raylan Stamball, Westminster, Maryland. Junior Champion Red and White, Pheasant Echoes Alpha Trump Red for Raylan Stamball. Again, our winning animal selected as Supreme Junior Champion of our 4-H show will receive an award, the J. Lee Majeski Memorial Award, sponsored by Mapledale Farm and the Patrick family.
Well, let's put our hands together for this exceptional group of heifers out here. Each of our junior champions are out here representing their respective breeds, and I think between Mike and myself, we've really put together a nice lineup out here for consideration, and really just an exceptional group of heifers in each class. I think they will continue to push some heifers later this fall, and it'll be exciting to see how they round out. I think as Mike and I analyzed these heifers, all 7 out here, came down to a pretty handy and easy winner for us, and that's going to be our Jersey calf down there for Supreme Junior Champion. She's just showing the least amount of faults. Yeah, you, Chandler. Really just a heifer with very few holes in her to pick apart out here. She just holds herself together so beautifully when she's on the move and when she's in line, keeps that tail head down, just so flat boned, so refined, just a beautiful representation of Jersey. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Chandler Story. She had her eye on that trophy since early this morning when she went through the office there on the way to change. Supreme Junior Champion with SV VIP Hannah, Junior Champion Jersey, and Supreme Champion at our 4-H show at the Maryland State Fair. Congratulations. Recipient of the J. Lee Majeski Award, sponsored by Maple Dell Farm and the Patrick family. We do not have a senior bred and owned for Guernsey or milking Shorthorn from our shows today. So we will be down to 5. Our senior Best Bred and Owned award is sponsored by the Barcheski family. All breed. Best Bred and Owned award. We're now ready to select our best bred and owned senior animal from our 4-H show. Once again, Gavin Valentine will be leading off, this time with a junior 2-year-old that was selected best bred and owned animal of the Ayrshire show. Junior 2-year-old, Val's Pride Roar rookie for Gavin Valentine. Best bred and owned brown Swiss is a junior 2-year-old, Knobview Foremost Harper for Carly Now, Thurmont, Maryland. Knobview Foremost Harper, best bred and owned brown Swiss senior animal for Carly Now. Blaine Edwards bred and exhibited the best bred and owned Holstein senior animal. It's Pheasant Echoes Jagger Kite, the winning senior 2-year-old. Blaine is from Union Bridge, Maryland. Best bred and owned senior, Pheasant Echoes Jagger Kite. Best jersey bred and owned by exhibitor is Knobview Kid Rock Summer, 4-year-old for Carly Now, Thurmont, Maryland. Best bred and owned jersey, Knobview Kid Rock Summer, exhibited by Carly Now. And her red and white entry is a 4-year-old Pheasant Echoes Analyst Millie Red, exhibited by Jarrett Edwards, Union Bridge, Maryland. Best bred and owned red and white of our show in the senior division, milking age females. We will select one winner from those contestants. Will receive the All Breed Senior Best Bred and Owned Award sponsored by the Barcheski family.
Before we select senior bred and owned, I want to thank Maryland State Fair for having me here today. I was just thinking on the way down here, it was 29 years ago was my first Maryland State Fair. I was practicing, I was on the Pennsylvania 4-H team, and we practiced here all weekend. And this past weekend, my daughter was here practicing. She's on the Penn State team, judging team here this coming fall, so we've come full circle. So thank you for having me. Thank you to the show management, my ring man. It's a well-oiled machine here. Whether they think it or not, you guys do a nice job. I would thank my family back home doing the work. And hopefully the cows got milked and I don't go home to any disasters. 5 nice cows out here for senior bred and owned. Nice representations once again of the breed. For Emily and I, it comes down to one cow on the money today, and that's your red and white cow, a cow that's going to withstand some nice competition coming down the road a couple weeks in Harrisburg. Red and white will be your senior bred and owned award winner.
Congratulations to Jared Edwards, Union Bridge, Maryland, with the best bred and owned animal of the 4-H show, PE Analyst Millie Red, a 4-year-old red and white. Congratulations. Recipient of an award sponsored by the Barcheski family. Now for the grand finale. The All Breed Supreme Champion Award selected from amongst our breed champions here today at our Maryland State Fair 4-H show. The winner will receive an award sponsored by the Frederick County Holstein Association in honor of Dennis Remsburg. I'm glad it's in honor of instead of in memory of. Again, I would like to thank all of the exhibitors. And exhibitors, if you see April or Beth walking through the barns, make sure you thank them before you leave for making this such a great weekend for 4-H dairy cattle at the Maryland State Fair. Thank you to our judges. Thank you to our ring staff. Appreciate all the efforts everybody puts in. And thank you also to the weatherman. The weather committee gets an A+. Leading off for our Supreme Champion is our Grand Champion Ayrshire Steelfire Viking Kathy, exhibited by Kylie Little, Thurmont, Maryland. Selected as Grand Champion from among the 22 Ayrshires shown today. Steelfire Viking Kathy for Kylie Little. Grand Champion of the Brown Swiss Show is a junior 3-year-old Radical Show-Off OCS, exhibited by Levi Pickett, New Windsor, Maryland. Selected as Grand Champion from our 24 Swiss that went through the ring. Radical R Show-Off OCS for Levi Pickett. Grand Champion of the 21 Guernseys that went across the shavings today is junior 2-year-old Novadale's L Rebel. For Leah Spurrier, Frederick, Maryland. Also our newly crowned Dairy Princess to represent our dairy industry for the next year. Senior Champion, Grand Champion Guernsey and Novadale's L Rebel for Leah Spurrier. Champion Holstein, Peace and Plenty, SK Juby 37 ET, Grand champion from the 4-year-old class in the Holstein show for Bristol Earhart, Baldwin, Maryland. Grand champion Holstein, Peace and Plenty SK Juby 37 ET for Bristol Earhart from amongst the 70 Holsteins that we showed today. 70 Holsteins, our biggest show. Grand champion Jersey is a junior 3-year-old Earhart Ferdinand Juniper, also exhibited by Bristol Earhart, Baldwin, Maryland. Grand champion of the 61 head of jerseys through our show today, Earhart Ferdinand Juniper for Bristol Earhart. Grand champion of the Milking Shorthorn Show is Maryland Misty Meadow Cherry Pie EXP for Ella Malott from our Milking Shorthorn Show with a total of 17 head today. Maryland Misty Meadow Cherry Pie EXP for Ella Malott, Smithsburg, Maryland, junior 2-year-old. And grand champion of our red and white show is our 4-year-old and over winner, PE Pheasant Echoes analyst Millie Red. From amongst the 31 red and white animals, she was selected as grand champion, Jarrett Edwards, Union Bridge, Maryland. Pheasant Echoes analyst Millie Red for Jarrett Edwards. Our final class of the day, and quite a finale.
Let's give these exhibitors one last round of applause here today. Again, I know it's getting a little late in the day, but this is really fun for me and Mike to be out here. And of course, we've got all 7 breeds out here, and I really appreciate the quality of animals that Mike also selected in his respective breed shows here. It's been a pleasure to get to work with him here just for these last few classes. It's been a lot of fun. And I think for me, just as on a personal note, thank you to Maryland State Fair for having me. There's no greater honor than to come home and have you all trust me to evaluate your cattle. I really appreciate it. It's not a privilege I take lightly. And thank you all for also letting me do this on Mom's birthday. So that's a double win. As we get out here and we evaluate these cattle, again, I think it's going to be pretty fun to see some of these animals work on down their way this fall, and I think we're going to see a lot of these top Maryland animals in the junior shows and even some of the open shows later this fall really compete and do our Maryland crew pretty proud. The cow for Mike and I today that's going to really push the rest of these for us is we're going to stick with that red cow down there for spring champion. That mammary system carries this cow exponentially to the top of the class here. She's just a beautiful frame, beautiful uddered cow. She's got 3 calves underneath of her. That maturity and that correctness of that mammary system just carries her above these other ones out here, taking nothing away from those other ones here in the lineup. But this red cow, it's just her day today. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jared, with the daily double. Best bred known and Supreme Grand Champion with Pheasant Echoes analyst Millie Red. Jared Edwards from Union Bridge, Maryland. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. Miss Donna has instructed me to tell you that after all the shouting is done, which is now, you may start packing up in an orderly fashion, Miss April says. Thank you, one and all. Look forward to seeing you again next year at the Maryland State Fair. Please be careful on the way home. It is Labor Day weekend.